Hello, good morning and welcome to day 2 of week 4 here at the MODUS Super Series. In a group full of big hitters, it's Steve West who leads the way at the top of the table with 15 games played. So before we preview this morning's action, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday. A former weekly winner at the Super Series, it took Johnny Haynes a little while to get going in Group A. His one win coming when he overturned a 3-0 deficit against Whitehead. Alan Norris also picked up 2 points on the opening day. He took out his stunning 1-2-1 on the bull en route to a whitewash win over Haynes. Wesley Harms is one of 3 players on 6 points. This 1-4-1 checkout not only turning the tide in this match, but also changing his fortunes for the rest of the day. Conan Whitehead has consistently delivered strong performances on day 1 with 14 180s, all 5 averages in the 90s and 4 bull finishes, including the biggest one of all. Colin Osborne went about his business quite quietly for much of the session, his best performance coming in defeat in his final game. It's the Wizards housemate for the week, Steve West, who tops the table after 15 games thanks to some eye-catching displays and clinical finishing throughout. Yeah, Laura Turner alongside me to reflect on what we saw yesterday and, of course, look ahead to what we've got to come this morning. We can take a little look at the table. And, Laura, things unfolded pretty much as we expected, didn't they? Because Steve West, Colin Osborne and Conan Whitehead, not a great deal separating them.
No, and then, obviously, you can also put Wesley Harms into that mix. You've got 3 players on 6 points. Steve West just at the top there. But only by, one extra win. But, yeah, we knew it was going to be tight and a tough table. And
Wesley Harms, we've not seen a great deal of him in action in 2023, but what happened yesterday, it wasn't the strongest of starts from him, but the 1-4-1 really transformed his day in his middle match, didn't it?
Yeah, and I think some players need it. It gives you that confidence boost, but it really kind of sometimes ignites a fire, and we definitely saw that from Wesley yesterday, just a complete game changer for him.
And for Conan Whitehead, it really was quite a remarkable day. 5 averages, all in the 90s, 14 180s in there as well, and 4 bull finishes. Really, really spectacular performances.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the games that he did lose, he was quite unlucky. They were very, very tight and just got pipped at the post, basically. But actually peaked in that very last game as well, where he rode out a winner with a 170 checkout against Colin Osborne. So, yeah, very impressive, great standard for the whole day.
And unsurprising that there's not a great deal of movement with the outright betting for Group A. Steve West is still the favourite at 11-8. But there must be value, especially with Conan Whitehead and the way he played yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that's the value bet up there, isn't it, at the moment? I think if Conan can maintain that level and just it's those misses, just those missed-time misses that we saw from him yesterday. If he can get that bit right and keep going the way he's going, then, yeah, definitely good value.
Yeah, absolutely. And Colin Osborne as well at 9-2. We didn't quite see the heights reached that we expected from his performances. Quite quietly went about his business yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, it was steady. Again, he was very steady, but you're up against some really tough competitors in the likes of Conan Whitehead, Steve West. So that's the difficulty. I think he's another one of those ones, a bit like Marino Michaels last week, or Michael, sorry. He would potentially go under the radar and maybe, come to the fore at the end.
Yeah, we certainly know what he can do when that happens. Of course, the runner-up in Champions Week, last time out, losing out to Luke Littler on that occasion. Let's have a look then at the bet builder for this morning's action. The first pick, Norris against West. Norris over 0.5 in the 180s. Of course, we saw so many of those hit yesterday. Haynes and Osborne minus 1.5. That's a pretty good bet, isn't it, given how Haynes played yesterday. And then West against Whitehead, total legs over 5.5. Do you see that game going close as well, West against Whitehead?
Absolutely, yeah. I think we'll have a kind of repeat of what we saw yesterday. It was our opener, so again, it's really hard to call, and I think this is going to be the day we're going to see changes in the table. I think we're going to see some really tight matches.
It is, of course, move-in day. Before we get into the action then, let's hear from Steve West, who's been reflecting on his opening day of action.
Steve, day 1, good day for yourself. How would you assess it?
I was pretty steady. I'm quite happy with it. The first game was obviously the best one of the lot, and I lost that one, so fair play. But, I'm happy with the way it continued the rest of the day.
Do you feel like you got a little bit of a bone to pick after Champions Week and missing out in the semi-finals?
Yeah, sort of a little bit in my head yesterday when I played Colin. It was a bit, I'm going to have you back now, but not, it weren't too disappointing, if you know. It's just a bit weird because I don't feel like I played brilliant in Champions League, but I did. I just didn't feel that way. So, coming back so soon after is probably the best thing for me to try and make that right.
As you say, trying to right that wrong, coming back quickly. But these qualification weeks are something that you build towards, don't you, in terms of your preparation time? And then once you're here, you kind of get better as the week goes along.
Yeah, because, I'm not a big practicer where I go and play 3 or 4 hours. So what I have done is then decided to play the ADC events and do a Tuesday, a Thursday and a Sunday. So that's 3 days a week where I'm throwing, whereas normally I'd be throwing once a week. Do you know what I mean? So I've sort of upped it a little bit in that sense. But, yeah, I don't know, don't really look to build up. I just up my weekly darts, if you like.
But I feel like when you play, you're playing it with an enjoyment factor again.
Yeah, it's a lovely place to play in. It's nice and peaceful, it's quiet, lights, cameras, everything you can imagine. It's just perfect.
Well, Steve, well done yesterday. Wish you the best today. Good luck.
Excellent, thanks, Henry.
So then it's top against bottom in our opening game this morning. Can Steve West extend his lead at the top, or can Haynes close the gap? Let's find out in the company of Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome along to day 2 here at the Super Series. And we do begin with a bookenders battle as far as Group A is concerned. Steve West, who was 4 from 5 yesterday, up against Johnny Haynes. You may have felt that he was a little bit luckless at times. In matter of fact, he had one of the highest running averages for the day yesterday. He was 10 out of 36 on the doubles, 87.29 in terms of daily average. But it was only good enough for a couple of points. As for Steve West, well, he won 4 from his 5, but as you can see today, not wearing glasses. A couple of visual issues for Steve this morning. The 48-year-old from Waltham Abbey, playing with his own customised Cosmo darts, and made the last 16 of the PDC World Championship.
First leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
The referee this
Game
morning,
on.
Justin Bradshaw. And it's going to be Johnny Haynes who throws the first dart of the day. It's a very good morning to Laura Turner. Hello,
92.
Laura.
Good morning. How are you this morning, Henry?
I'm not too bad. Ready for another good day of darts.
Yeah, well, if yesterday was anything to go by, then we're in for a treat. Because the
140.
standard was so good from the start yesterday. So looking forward to seeing how this day unfolds.
It was Steve West that kicked the action off yesterday. Actually had his highest average of the day, the 97.23.
100.
Had 4 maximums in a 4-3 defeat to Conan Whitehead. And that kind of set the tone for what was to follow in terms of standard for the day.
80.
Overall daily average across the board of 88.
26. 41.
Before, Johnny Haynes just didn't really click. Not everything clicked for him yesterday. So just to be interesting to see how he can bounce back, because we know the levels he's got, we know the standard he's got.
36.
He's unlucky perhaps just to come away with 2 points, but the 2 points he did get, that was coming from a 3-0 deficit to come back and beat Conan Whitehead. So he's obviously got that grit and determination, but you might need to see a little bit more from him today if he's going to progress up the table.
92.
Did it feel as if, yes, he played good darts, but the timing perhaps was off at certain points?
Yeah, he had this tendency yesterday to kind of just drift into the
95,
fives, drift into
Stevie
the
required,
ones, but
148.
at the complete wrong time. Perhaps not, setting up the shot, not getting onto that a better finish, and then just allowing the opponent to
58.
step in.
Johnny
So
required
hopefully today
152.
he'll be able to rectify that.
Haynes first to finish on 152, but West is going to come back for the 90 to take the opening leg
120.
against the darts.
Steve required 90.
Worst case scenario should be a dart at the bull. And that is what he's looking at now.
44.
But it's not what he finds.
Johnny required 32. Game shot in the first leg. Johnny
Yeah, that's
Haynes.
a really good settler for Johnny, I think. It's a good, steady opening leg. Yeah, Steve West missed a dart at the ball. We did see a lot
Second
of
leg
poor
is Steve
finishes
to throw
yesterday. But
first. Game
I think for
on.
Johnny taking that chance early, because he did miss doubles as well at key moments.
Yeah, the bullseye was begging for mercy.
81.
And unlike any other target on the board, you can't turn the bullseye.
No, absolutely not.
76.
When you think about the finishes that Conan Whitehead rattled off, and we'll talk about it a bit more when he plays. The 1-2-1, the 170 amongst a number of bullseye finishes as West gets the day's first max. I'm sure it's not going to be the last.
140. 54. 180.
Yeah, Johnny Haynes flies in this leg, leaves himself on 105.
56. Johnny, you
Just not
require
putting that
105.
big of a marker down. Johnny Haynes in a good position here.
A very good position as it goes to tops.
85.
Tracks just below.
Steve, you require 130.
Maybe we will see another use of the bullseye from Steve West here on the 130, but he needs a treble now.
65. Johnny, you require 20. Game shot on the second leg. Johnny Haynes.
And Johnny Haynes now in a comprehensive 2-leg lead. Has the throw in the third.
Third leg is Johnny to throw first.
A little
Game
bit of an
on.
upset of the apple cart potentially here. But the one defeat that Steve West did have yesterday was in his opener. That was to Conan Whitehead, although
80.
admittedly it was a very good performance from Steve West on that occasion. An average in excess of 97. 4 maximums to his name. It was just timing and that 1-2-1 from Whitehead at the
140.
perfect time to see the points in this one. He's averaging 85-92. Haynes over the 90 mark and 50% on his doubles.
140.
And I think potentially what might have happened to the Johnny Haynes that played yesterday is he was sat, I think, on 46 yesterday when he played
140.
against Conan Whitehead, when he took out that 1-2-1. That 90 would have been taken out if it was yesterday, because that, I think Johnny Haynes got himself into a half-decent position,
60.
and then a big finish came against him as well. So you know, he's definitely having a better start.
And we were mentioning yesterday that Johnny's one of those players that's not going to let
43.
what happened yesterday bog him down. He's not going to be overly reflective of it. Tomorrow's another day where he can go and try and pick up 10 points if he can, and that will be his objective.
140.
He won't let it fluster him, and, well, the case is in the point here.
60. Johnny, you require 81.
Is the proof going to be in the pudding here?
$41. Steve, you require 118.
Interesting there. May have been a miscount from Johnny.
78.
But not too much damage
Johnny, you
done on this
require
occasion.
40.
So Johnny Haynes back for tops to stretch his lead to 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg.
And
Johnny
3-0
Haynes.
it is, and Johnny Haynes is a leg away from pulling off a victory against Steve West, which was a bit of an outside
Fourth-legged
shout
Steve
before
to
they
throw
actually got
first.
underway, because
Game
Johnny
on.
Haynes was the 6-4 outsider with the odds compilers. Steve West was the 1-2 on favourite. And if you
55.
look at the live running now, Johnny Haynes is 1-12 on, and Steve West 7-1.
81.
Interestingly, in the next game, Colin Osborne even money to beat Conan Whitehead, who is at 8-11.
60.
And that was another game that went 4-3 yesterday, and both players could have felt they should have won that match.
That was the theme of yesterday, I think, 4-3, pretty much.
85.
I think there's going to be a lot of times when we say, what happened in the game yesterday? It went 4-3.
Yeah.
91 out of a
77.
possible 105 legs were played yesterday.
Johnny Haynes here is setting himself up to completely reverse that opening fixture
135.
that he had yesterday, where he went out and lost 4-0 to Alan Norris. Maybe doing the same here to Steve West.
139.
How he'd love a couple of trebles here. How he'd love to fill it up.
140. Steve, you require 170.
Some way to save it. Another one of them would have left the ball. And so Johnny Haynes, 60 points away
87.
from a 4-0
Johnny
win.
requires 60. Stevie require
First
83.
match starts come and gone. So Steve West to save it needs 83. Needs the ball.
40.
Again, just like before, unable to
Johnny, you require 20.
find that bullseye target.
And so Haynes comes back
Game,
for
shot,
10s
and
to
a match,
complete the
Johnny
job.
Haynes.
And a 4-0 rout of the table topper, Steve West. And so it was the bottom that beat the top in our opening game of the day. Johnny Haynes reversing his 4-0 loss to start yesterday's proceedings with a 4-0 win here against Steve West. Coming up after the break, Colin Osborne against Conan Whitehead should be an absolute blockbuster.
Colin Osborne and Conan Whitehead are next up. Conan coming through a decider when these two met yesterday. Having trailed 3-1, he reeled in the big fish and that transformed his fortunes in that match. It was also Osborne's best performance of the day, the Wizard averaging 97.5 in that one. Will we be treated to another quality encounter here? I can confirm that Conan is on a 180 hitting mission today. Laura, Henry, how many do you think he'll hit in this one?
Well, in this game yesterday, he hit 3 of them against Colin Osborne. 7 maxes all told in that one. Whitehead lost in the 180s department 4-3, but won the game by 4-3, including that big fish outshot as well. But he has been talking about 180 records, and this morning he was asking what the record is for Group A.
He's definitely got his sights on breaking his own
First
record
leg, it's
this
Colin
week.
to throw first. Game
Made
on.
good inroads into it yesterday. But I think the main priority for Conan and everyone else is just getting through these groups.
But he hit 14 all told
140.
yesterday. Had a minimum of 2 maximums in every single match. In fact, in pretty much every single game he played, he mustered up 3 maximums. Yeah, in 4 of the 5 matches he had 3 maxes, and then 2 in the other one that he didn't. So we've got no issues with his
100.
scoring. Perhaps the only blot as far as yesterday was concerned for Conan Whitehead was in the finishing department. In fact, the maximum amount of legs you can win in a day is 20.
140.
He won 18. The only 2 legs that he dropped were the 2 4-3 defeats that he suffered in the day. But it took him 54 attempts to take out the 18 doubles, had a daily average of 94.95. So, yes, he's in third place, but he finds himself in good nick.
Players today, they do have the
85.
opportunity to kind of
Colin, you
stretch
require 127.
any kind of lead that they want, that they can actually get to. But at the moment, it's just so hard to split, isn't it? And Johnny Haynes, see, now climbed off the bottom of the table after that
102. Conan, you
victory
require
over Steve West.
136.
Makes it quite interesting.
It all adds another layer of intrigue as Whitehead
96.
sets himself up.
Colin, you
The
require
top's after
25.
12, but is he going to get a go? Because Osborne's got a couple of double 8.
9.
But it's a rare miss on that side of the
Conan,
board
you
for the
require
Wizard.
40. Game shot on the first leg. Conan Whitehead.
And that's a good early breaker throw there from Conan Whitehead. These two yesterday gave us
Second
the
leg is
highest
Conan to
2
throw
averages, the
first.
best
Game
performances
on.
of the day. Conan Whitehead peaking at 98 in that match. As Henry said, also saw that 170 checkout.
95.
Not looking at disappointing so far. Very good averages at this stage.
I think the one thing that surprised me yesterday, Law, and I don't know about you, is despite all the good play that we
81.
had yesterday, and I'm going to be a little bit greedy in saying this, but we didn't have a ton plus average at all yesterday.
No, I'll give you that. But I do think the consistency
16.
that we saw across the board was outstanding. You know, that was a really high, consistent level, barring 1 or 2 kind of, there was a couple of, lower averages in the matches. But those aside, I think overall, like you said, 88%, 88 averages, I think it's fantastic.
But we're greedy. We want more.
99.
We will get big averages, big checkouts, and
84.
big talk later on in the week when the likes of Richard North and Scott Walters join us.
140.
Mal from the South will be both playing and commentating at the same time.
I don't know who you mean.
140. Conan, you require 107.
So this was a 2-0 lead for Conan Whitehead, and this 107 has to go because Osborne is threatening the throw of the Barbarian.
55. Colin, you require 62.
So it's going to be double 13 for Colin Osborne here. But it
49.
moves inside, and so
Conan, you
Whitehead
require
does have the
52.
opportunity to open up a 2-0 lead. Well, yesterday was a day littered
Game on the
with
second
4-3
leg. Conan
score
Whitehead.
lines. Today is looking a little bit more comprehensive. Whitehead leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first.
And as you
Game
suggested
on.
earlier, perhaps the area of Conan Whitehead's game that could have had a bit of improvement was the finishing. And so far, 2 from 2, 100% on the doubles at the moment.
45.
I just wonder how much Conan's thinking. Those 3 140s I've hit, if they were 180s, I'd be on for that record.
But one sign that will very much please Conan
50.
is the average after 2 legs. It was 100.2, which is telling us that he has equated 30 darts for those 2 legs. That's the moniker of consistency. If you keep going around that
100.
kind of tally here at the Super Series, you're going to win more games than you lose.
123.
5 visits is around about the par, really, isn't it, for a player in this format?
yeah, at this standard in this format, that's what
41.
you're going to be wanting.
Unless you're Conan and you just want to hit 9s every leg.
140.
And there you see a 4th 140 from Conan Whitehead. Obviously, we'll focus on Conan at the moment just because he's got that commanding lead. But
101.
just remember, Colin Osborne could have had a 2-0 lead himself, had doubles in both the first 2 legs.
100.
Ticking along very nicely is Conan, leaving 88 after 12 for the double break and a 3-0 lead. Now, it's not as if the Wizard has
82.
been playing
Conan,
below
you
par.
require
His average is
88.
around about 90. But Conan seemingly had all the answers thus far. You're going to have another one here as he glances at Osborne's score,
Game
goes
shot
for the
on the third
ball,
leg,
and just
Conan
like
Whitehead.
yesterday, finds it with aplomb. 45 darts for the first 3 legs, and Whitehead is thrown
Fourth
for the
leg, it's Conan
match.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and I think that was good match play from Conan. He took a step back, saw his opponent was on a checkout, opted for the ball, and now he's 3 from 3 on finishing.
58.
And after yesterday, where we have mentioned already, we had a lot of games go tight, go 4-3. We are potentially
45.
staring at the second 4-0, like whitewash of the morning, and we're on game 2. I don't think any of us would have called that.
Absolutely not.
55.
And here's us in the bet builder going for over 5.5 legs.
Yeah, darts is a funny old game.
45.
Well, the games have gone that quickly that your boiling water may still be warm.
Ah, yes, thanks for that. I did find a tea bag in the end.
134.
Just for a bit of context, I ordered a tea. It arrived. It was just boiling water. No milk, no sugar, no nothing.
We're not going to incriminate
134.
who may have done that. But yeah, it gave us a bit of joy this morning. Well, it didn't give Laura
I
any
was
joy.
going to say, not me. I wanted my tea.
95.
You know how your day may end up going when that happens first thing in the morning.
But Whitehead has left himself on 159 and
140.
Osborne 137.
$97. Colin, you require
Whitehead, barring
137.
something spectacular from Osborne, is going to get an opportunity to win the match. This to save it.
Unable to save it, so Conan back for 62.
97.
Really
Conan,
good
you
setup
require
play there from
62.
Colin Osborne.
$30.
You could visibly hear as
Colin, you
Conan let
require
go of that dart. I
40.
don't think it even hit the board before he realised that was not hitting its target.
Darts players are like cricketers. They just know upon release
Game on the
as
fourth
Osborne
leg. Colin Osborne.
breaks back to bring it back to 3-1. Like cricketers know that they've actually got a nick and they still go to
Fifth leg
DRS and
is
hope
Colin to
that it's
throw
not the case,
first.
but they
Game
know
on.
dart players are exactly the same. They know when one hasn't released the hand properly, and Whitehead knew exactly on that occasion.
95.
We did see yesterday Haynes come back from a
100.
3-0 deficit to beat Conan Whitehead. I'm sure Conan won't even be thinking of it, but one of those ones when you do have a lead and you want to finish it off, and it's happened to you
83.
before, like literally the day before the last match of the day before, you just think, as if Colin wins the next one, they creep up and creep up, and then you
41.
try that little bit harder, and all of a sudden it's then 3-all, and then it's then becomes a really, a test of your mental strength as much as your darting ability.
Once bitten, twice shy.
Yeah, absolutely.
85.
We haven't seen Conan hit a max yet.
135.
And we still haven't. He was the perennial maximum man. He hit 3 in his first game against Steve West. Well, he pretty much hit 3 in every single game he played yesterday.
55. $85.
So Whitehead is the first down to a finish. The big one. Yeah, Colin Osborne visibly frustrated with this visit.
45. Conan, you require 140.
And so Whitehead 140 for the match isn't going to go.
80.
Now a
Colin,
good
you
last
require
start there. Sets Conan
138.
Whitehead up 160. Colin Osborne here has an opportunity to save the match once again. 138 required.
$84. Conan, you require
So for
60.
another Whitehead win, which would actually put him to the summit of the table, he wants tops.
40.
Chance for Osborne.
Colin, you require 54.
Need stops. Double 10.
44. Conan, you require 20.
And so Whitehead for the win.
Game,
Double 10
shot,
is
and a
pinned.
match. Conan
And it is a
Whitehead.
4-1 success for the Barbarian, which puts him onto 8 points. It puts him top of the pile as he gets the better of Colin Osborne by 4 legs to 1. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Osborne 1 out of 8. And that was kind of where the tail of the tape kind of depended upon. Whitehead a 4-1 victor. Norris against Harms follows this.
So, comprehensive win so far this morning for Haynes and Whitehead. Wesley Harms is up next. He certainly improved as the day went on yesterday, winning 3 of his 5 matches, including a 4-2 victory over Alan Norris. Another win here, and he'll join West and Whitehead on 8 points. A win for Norris, and he'll lift himself off the bottom of the table. To see how this one unfolds, let's get back to our commentary team.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. So Alan Norris against Wesley Harms is our third game of the morning session. Harms, the 39-year-old from Den Haag in the Netherlands, twice a semi-finalist at the BDO World Championship. Sparky up against
First
Chuck,
leg, it's Alan
who
to
made the
throw
final of that
first.
competition
Game
back in
on.
2014. And in terms of this meeting yesterday, both players just kind of ran out of steam at the end of their particular days. Harms ran out a 4-2 victor,
81.
but both players averaging in the 70s in that one. Hoping for a better encounter here today.
22.
We thought yesterday, Wesley Harms came in tentative start and then really found some form in the middle. And as you said there, we just dipped off towards the end, but
85.
did get that all-important win. Currently sat on 6 points, 4th on the table, but tied with Colin Osborne.
100.
Yeah, it was a sandwich of inconsistency as far as Wesley Harms was concerned yesterday.
100.
Either side of 270 averages was some really good stuff in the middle. 91, 92 and 84 being the filling of the 70 bread.
60.
Intrigued to know what your lunch is today.
Surprisingly enough, a sandwich.
90.
Similarly, yesterday, though, Alan Norris really did kick off. He ran out 4-0 victor
140.
over Johnny Haynes.
Alan, you require
Started
145.
quite strong, had a 91, but did go to fell down 4-3 to Conan Whitehead. Then really just dipped off as the day
41.
went on. Wondering what levels Alan Norris can bring today.
100. Alan, you require 104.
He's looking to get off to a bright start. And this 104 would settle him in quite
84.
nicely, but the top's
Wesley
just
requires
dips underneath, and so
79.
Harms is back for 79 for the break.
$59. Alan, you
Both
require
players missing a
20.
dart at tops to win this opening leg. But it is
Game shot on the
Norris
first
who
leg,
brushes
Alan
up on
Norris.
10s to lead 1-0.
Second leg is Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Tentative start from both, but get the feeling they're quite evenly matched so far.
60.
Early opportunities for break of throw for Harms, but as you say, Norris got that opening leg.
Which is interesting because if you read the
41.
odds compiler's assessment of this one, they had Alan Norris as the 11-8 outsider. They had Wesley Harms on at 8-15.
100.
Probably a reflection of the way Alan ended yesterday's action.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Overall
43.
performance throughout the day compared to actual wins as well. I think I understand why they've done that, but you just don't know with darts, do you? That's one of the beauties of the game. It's all on the not necessarily just all on the day. It's all on the individual match. You can go out and have an absolute barnstormer of a game, and then follow it up with something that isn't quite so good.
Anything can happen at any time.
100.
And here at the Super Series, it tends to do exactly that. I suppose it's a bit like life if we're being
22.
reflective on the...
I think you're quite philosophical on me, are you now?
It's only 10 o'clock in the morning.
$60.
We'll get the horoscopes out in a minute.
$85.
Well, Harms has left himself down to a finish quite comfortably, but still quite frustrated with his level of performance thus far. That's because he's
62.
just struggled into
Wesley
the
require
80
94.
region in terms of his average.
$54.
It's like just seeing him. It feels like they go. You can see the
60.
struggle. You can see how much they're
Wesley
striving to
require
get it, but
40.
just not able to find that level of performance they need at the moment. Wesley Harms, chance here to make it one apiece.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
second
just
leg.
sneaks into that
Wesley
double 10.
Harms.
And in it goes, and one apiece we are.
Third leg is Alan
And
to
it's
throw
kind
first.
of
Game on.
living up to yesterday's billing, this clash.
55.
And really embracing this
60.
competition. It's something that he looks forward as a real highlight. Has his own little rituals now. Moving up to Scotland these days, so
46.
making the long trip down. He was telling me it was the best part of 9 hours, all told, to get here on Sunday.
100.
Oh, yeah. A testament to how much he obviously enjoys it here at the Super Series.
100.
Would have enjoyed that last start, but can see frustration creeping in really early for Alan Norris, and understandably so.
You must have had some long trips
140.
in the car to certain tournaments on the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's when you realise you can probably get to places in France and Belgium quicker than you can actually get to
36.
places in the UK.
We were having this discussion with Abigail Davies this morning, where she realised Plymouth isn't as close to
99.
Portsmouth as one may have expected.
It's coastal, but yeah, no, there's a bit of distance between the two.
Paris is closer, and geographically it actually is closer.
121. Wesley require 102.
102 for Harms for the break at a 2-1 lead. Yep, that just sneaks its way in, and so it's going to be double 11 for the break of throw.
91. Alan, you require 143.
It's required, yeah. Not able to find that first treble. Wesley Harms obviously missing that double 11 going into the 11.
39.
It's
Wesley
not the
require
best
11.
of leaves to sort this out, which he does. So double 4.
7. Alan, you
That
require
was always going to be the
104.
danger.
$72. Wesley, you
sort it
require
out,
4.
but again, single number missed by Norris has given Wesley Harms another opportunity to break, and
Game
break he
shot on the
does.
third leg. Wesley Harms.
So Harms is 2-1 up, and both players cutting a figure of frustration on the stage below the level that we've
Fourth leg is
come to
Wesley
expect
throw
of them. The
first.
high standards
Game
that
on.
they have set over the years. Well, you can see in the face of Alan Norris there. He is disgusted.
77. $55.
As you said earlier, today is moving day. I imagine we'll see a lot of movement on the table.
100.
People jostling for that top position. Also jostling for places 2 and 3 so they can get into Group B, which will be playing
46.
on Thursday and Friday evening. Group B, C, Thursday and Friday afternoon.
100.
And the players entering Group C is Ben Payne, Scott Campbell, Willie Borland, and then in Group B,
55.
Richard North, Scott Walters, and Dan Reed will be entering the fray.
When you think that Group B,
83.
obviously you'll have 2 players from this group today, but also those other 3 players, 2 of them won't be going through to finals.
40. Wesley require 141.
Stagger when you think about it that way.
I defy you to pick those 3 players that are going through.
Oh, you wait till Wednesday afternoon when the groups are
85.
confirmed. We'll be making sure you pick every position in the correct order.
Oh yeah, thanks for that.
93.
I'll let
Wesley
you know where the
require
bus is,
56.
Ross, where you wonder it.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Well, that's double 4 after the treble 16 hit.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Wesley Harms.
Well, that's a bit more like it for Wesley Harms. 3-1, just beginning to find something as Norris looks to limber up.
Fifth leg is Allen to throw first.
He's got to
Game
shape
on.
up. Otherwise, he's going to be off the oche very quickly.
95.
You say that was better from Wesley Harms. Was struggling at the business end of those legs. Now 3 from 10
100.
on the doubles.
$58. $95. 85.
I think that's where the frustration is from Alan Norris. He's finding that red bit, but then next start just going awry.
100.
Struggling to, yeah, as you say, struggling to find that line. Bit of inconsistency creeping in.
57.
There's going to be work to do for Alan Norris as the day goes along. Wesley has just began to kind of up the level here as the
100.
game's kind of motored along.
$85. Wesley require 106.
106 here for Wesley Harms for the match. Opted to stay up. Didn't work out.
66.
So
Alan, you
Norris,
require 121.
121 required to keep his hopes alive.
Not going to get a go, and so
57.
Harms wants tops for the
Wesley
win.
require 40. Game, shot, and a match. Wesley
And
Harms.
it is found for Wesley Harms, and it is a 4-1 victory against Alan Norris. A below par performance on Chuck. He's going to have to improve as the day goes along. But for Wesley Harms, 79 average, 4 out of 13 on the doubles. He's on the board. That's the end of round 1. Whitehead Haynes follows this.
So the winners of our opening 2 games this morning go head-to-head next. Conan Whitehead doing so with 57% checkout success to down Colin Osborne 4-1. And Johnny Haynes with a real statement whitewash win over the table topper at the time, Steve West. And we can take a look at what the results so far have done to the table. Whitehead now sits top. Haynes with a win here could join Osborne on 6 points. It makes this one a really intriguing contest, doesn't it? Let's get it underway and return to our commentary team.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. As you say, yeah, a real intriguing match indeed. I don't think any of us would have called the 4-0 whitewash of Steve West by Johnny Haynes, but it does put him in a good position. Great start to the day for him, but also a very good start for Conan Whitehead, who got his opening victory also for a 4-1 over Colin
First leg,
Osborne.
it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
This is where the table's really going to start moving, taking shape, because obviously if Conan Whitehead wins here, he then becomes clear by 2 points. But then Johnny Haynes could really kind of make it more interesting
100.
by joining Colin Osborne on 6 points. Not sure how this one will go, but I'm hoping for another good clash.
Well, if you
16.
put the opening games together, then you got a sense it's going to be quite close because Haynes averaged 91.09, Whitehead 90.48. And there we are. It's the first Whitehead max of the day. They've been waiting all of 6 legs for that. In terms of the doubling, 4 out of 9, 4 out of 7. But the bookmakers have Conan
100.
Whitehead the heavy 2-5 favourite. Johnny Haynes the 7-4 outsider. But I get the sense this one has legs.
85.
And perhaps it won't be a surprise to you that this meeting yesterday went all the way to 7 legs. This was where Conan had the 3-0 lead, and Johnny then went on to win 4-3.
123. Conan, you require 136. $95.
Good last start there from Conan Whitehead. Best he could probably do from that situation. Johnny Haynes back on 2-1-6. So Conan will be back for 41.
48. Conan, you require 41.
To take a 1-0 lead. He's going to have 2 in his hand. A double 16.
Game's on
He
the
only
first
needs the
leg.
1.
Conan Whitehead.
And he's been so good on the doubles today, Conan Whitehead. He's now 5
Second
from
leg is
8
Johnny to throw
attempts.
first. Game
He leads
on.
Johnny Haynes by a leg to 0.
Yeah, in his opening match, Conan Whitehead, only darts and mix were actually
96.
match darts.
$98.
Since winning this in October last year, Conan came ever so close to qualifying for Q School.
140.
In matter of fact, if he didn't play the last day of Q School, we wouldn't have seen him here because he would have won his PDC tour card. He played the last day of UK qualifying school and then
100.
missed out on legs countback. It did plague his enthusiasm for the sport as something like that would, but you can tell the love for the
99.
game is back again with the Barbarian.
Yeah, it was utter disappointment for Conan.
44.
A very unusual situation to be in terms of actually playing and doing yourself a disservice as opposed to just sitting back and taking the tour card.
98.
Here's where Conan would like to be amongst the elite of the game. Won one of the elite titles outside the elite of the game by picking up this trophy in October. And
59.
so far this
Johnny, you
week, it's
require
been as good as we've
68.
seen from him since picking up the title in this particular arena. As Haynes comes back for 68. And a dart at top to level up at one
Game's
apiece.
on the second
And that is
leg, Johnny
exactly
Haynes.
what Haynes finds. A 15 darter to level up at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
And I think this is where Johnny Haynes has been more clinical than he was
45.
yesterday. He's taken out those finishes. When he's got a chance at the double in his opening match, I think he was 0 from 6. And those opportunities are not going to come up that often against these guys. So you have to take them, and he is taking them now.
123.
He had the least amount of darts at double of anyone yesterday. He had
81.
36 attempts. Hit 10 of them. was just outscored. And to be fair, he was up against some
95.
monstrous performances. He lost to have a 97 average against Wesley Harms. He lost to Colin Osborne, who was having around about
85.
90 mark, and then lost, well, beat Whitehead. That was despite Whitehead having an average just under 92. And then lost out to Steve West, who had himself just under a 94
101.
average. So he did one into 1 or 2.
$100. $60. $100. Johnny, you require
That was a good last
122.
start, but Johnny Haynes here, chance to break the Whitehead throw. Needs treble 18. Going back
54.
there for
Conan, you
90.
require 90.
Slipped into the treble 5, so 25 for ball.
51.
I always
Johnny, you
get the feeling
require
that Conan's just going to hit the
68.
ball every time he has an opportunity to do it. He hardly missed it yesterday.
It was Def, Taxes, and Whitehead on the ball. It's
Game
Def,
shot on the third
Taxes, and
leg,
Haynes at the
Johnny
break.
Haynes.
2-1. Well, he loves the ball so much,
Fourth
Conan
leg is
Whitehead.
Johnny
He
to
actually has a
throw
bullseye
first.
tattooed on his
Game
arm.
on.
As Patrice Evra would say, he loves this game.
140.
I think the way that Johnny's playing, I think he's loving this game.
180.
Second 180 from Conan Whitehead. And it's like you were saying yesterday, once that first dart goes in, sometimes with Conan, you think they're all going to follow. Johnny Haynes returns with his own 180.
If there is a 9-dart candidate this week, it's going to be Conan
100.
Whitehead, just by the sheer scoring power.
$100. $81. Johnny, you require 81.
It's for a 3-1 lead. 12. Wait, decided to go for double 4.
73. Conan, you require 140.
Conan can just try and find a way through, unable to do it. So
82.
good switch there.
Johnny,
But
you
Johnny
require
Haynes is
8.
looking at double 4 for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
gets
leg,
double 4
Johnny
for the
Haynes.
3-1 lead.
You know how we were talking about moving day law
leg
and
is
how
Conan to
things
throw
can change
first.
position?
Game on.
Haynes suddenly, if he can pick up a win here, would mean that each of the top 5 is separated by just 2 points.
70.
Although that will change in our next match as West takes on Harms. One of them has to move on to 10 points.
55. $65.
Conan Whitehead just lacking that little bit of consistency in this leg, which I'm surprised to be saying.
82.
Opened up his campaign today with a 90 average.
140.
Every average yesterday over 90, just over 90 at the moment for Conan Whitehead. But the scoreline 3-1. That's what he wants to turn around.
100.
Well, Whitehead's been that reliable that we were going to rename the word Conan-sistency.
Oh no! Did you just think of that?
I didn't just think it, I said it.
85.
So
Conan,
to
you
pull
require 98.
another one back. And we've seen comeback scorelines in this fixture so far this week. Whitehead looking to pull it back to 3-2,
74.
but why is the double 12? Well, it's going to matter on this occasion because he is going to come back.
99. Conan, you require 24.
Draw back
Game
within
shot on the
one.
fifth leg. Conan Whitehead.
nails that double 12. Now you've got Johnny Haynes with the darts. A win here for Johnny Haynes, as you said,
Sixth
would
leg,
put
it's
him
Johnny to throw
on
first.
6
Game
points.
on.
You just saw there Johnny Haynes chalking his darts up. Oh boy, has he chalked them up. Even Keith Deller would say that's a bit
60.
too chalky.
Oh, I don't know.
Good point.
Yeah,
100.
Baffles me because for me, putting chalk on my hand, it would make them slide out. So different players, so many different techniques.
58.
We actually see with Matt Clark, to help him with his grip, he has a grip wax in his hand.
97. $60. 140.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see a third 180 there from Whitehead. It's the 140. A good leg here from Conan. Leaves him on 164 after 9. He is the
100.
first down to a
Conan, you
finish in a
require
leg that he has to
164.
win.
$100.
And a ton squares it down quite nicely, so it'll be the 16th corridor upon his return.
99. Conan, you require 64.
Well, we haven't seen one yet today.
32.
We may not see one in this
Johnny, you
particular match if
require
Haynes could take the
124.
1-2-4 out.
Yeah, not happening on this occasion. We're just going a bit wrong on this throw here for Johnny Haynes. So Conan Whitehead
28.
back.
Conan, you require
The match at
32.
3 apiece. Needs 32.
Game shot on the sixth
Pins
leg.
32.
Conan Whitehead.
And if the double 16 is going to come to his aid, the double 8 will.
Seventh and final leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Well, we did say this one we thought had legs.
100.
Johnny Haynes was in a commanding position at 3-1 up. But Johnny Haynes came back against Conan Whitehead yesterday. Conan Whitehead's looking to return that favour.
100.
A victory which would keep Conan's place at the top of the table on 10 points. He would have company on there no matter what the outcome of the next game between
41.
West and Harms is.
$100. $30.
And after a leg, so comprehensively won by Conan to make it 3 apiece. Just opening the door here for Johnny Haynes.
140.
Johnny Haynes takes that opportunity, leaves himself on 161 after 9. Conan back on 330 at the moment.
85. Johnny, you
And
require
Haynes now has
161.
6 of the match from 161 to complete the job and to get his second win of the day from just 2 games.
100.
And he won the solitary fixture yesterday, did the punk.
$84. Johnny,
And
you
if this
require
61 goes, the Barbarian will be sunk.
Double 18.
Game,
And
shot,
does
and a
pin
match,
double
Johnny
18. And that
Haynes.
is a second win for Johnny Haynes. This time over Conan Whitehead. Just with that, just over 94. Johnny Haynes, 87.95 there for Conan Whitehead. But Very emphatic victory once again for Johnny Haynes over the Barbarian. And coming up next, we have Steve West against Wesley Harms.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
So then Steve West suffered a real shock 4-0 defeat in his opener today. He is having to play without his glasses, though. Said before a dart had been thrown that he was struggling with his vision today. Will it continue to impact him in this game? He's taken on Wesley Harms, who was underwhelming in his opener, but still claimed a 4-1 success. To see who picks up their first win of the day, let's get back to Laura and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so the victor of this one will go top of the pile after that defeat for Conan Whitehead last time out against Johnny Haynes. Steve West has been here on so many occasions, but Wesley Harms' previous experience here at the Super Series saw him top of Group A for a while before then getting deposed at the post by Moreno Blom, who had actually been bottom of the table after day one and then conjured up a miraculous run towards the line. West, though, with the darts in this one, and as far as the odds compilers are concerned, have him off as the 2-5 favourite. Wesley Harms 7-4.
You'd say despite that 4-0 whitewash West experience from Johnny Haynes in the opening match today, in terms of average, it is still West that had the higher average. Wesley Harms 1-4, 1 over Alan Norris.
46.
It's all about wins. Averages, they don't write them on trophies.
Absolutely not. Although I don't know what a trophy looks like, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
It's been a while since I've won one, to be fair, but someone's told me that.
Some wise man
45.
who sits in this chair every now and then.
Absolutely.
It definitely isn't Matt Edgar. What do you win for getting that? What do you get for winning the Iceland Masters?
140. 140.
Yeah, not sure. Not sure.
Bag of frozen peas?
I don't think it's that Iceland.
180.
Maxi for Westy. Leaves himself on 137 after 12.
60. Steve, you require 137.
Tops. Oh, just
117.
underneath.
Wesley, you require 141.
Great couple of visits there from Steve West. It's all Wesley Harms hit that yesterday. Not going to go today. So West back for double 10 to take the opening leg.
60. Steve, you require 20.
That was nearly some maverick flair from West in the previous visit.
Game shot in the
And
first
he
leg.
keeps
Steve
Harms at
West.
bay to lead 1-0. Double 5 sank.
Second leg is Wesley to throw first. Game on.
As Wesley Harms finds his first 180 of the match. Steve West looking to return in kind, which he does.
180.
Guess what, Laura?
Don't say it.
$100.
You know, only joking, you can say it. You can't now.
We can't say anything now.
140.
Except for the fact that this game is just beginning to light up a fuse somewhat. The two men in blue are lighting up the touch paper.
100. $60. Wesley, you require 121.
Both players on 121 after 9. Wesley Harms with the first poke at it. He's treble 17. Would have left him the ball, but not to be.
57. Steve, you require 121.
And so West wants treble 17, but the ball isn't going to come. And so
57.
Harms back for
Wesley, you
64
require 64.
for 1-1. Double 8. It's one
Game shot on the
apiece.
second leg.
14
Wesley
data
Harms.
for Wesley Harms. This is a good quality counter so far. One apiece.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on. $97. $100.
These two really are going toe for toe.
60.
Wesley Harms looking to make the most of that troublous visit from Steve West.
140.
As he knows he will need to find a breaker throw if he's going to beat Steve.
It is good, hard match play.
180.
Maximum for West is third of the match. They are both trading blows.
100. Steve, you require 164.
Can West find a haymaker? Or can Harms
64.
find another
Wesley, you
spark?
require 161.
Not this time, but what can he leave on?
$41.
Yeah, just tried to force that through. Didn't work, so West back for
Steve,
100.
you require 100.
A ton for 2-1. Tops, tops. There's the first. And there's the
Game shot on the
second.
third leg,
That's
Steve
superb,
West.
Steve West. North of the board, no problem at all.
Fourth leg
2-1.
is Wesley to throw first. Game on.
This is much better from both players.
140. 41. 100.
At the moment, everything looks
60.
relatively likely to all go with throw. It wouldn't surprise me if this one has another 4-3 written all over it.
41.
More 4-3s than meetings between Newcastle United and Liverpool back in the 1990s.
140.
And is Wesley closing in on 2-2? Although I did go to a football game yesterday that went 4-3.
26.
It was okay. I'm glad I wasn't commentating on it, otherwise I'd have no voice today.
Damn. No, I'm joking.
100.
Haventon Waterlooville 4, Yeovil Town 3 in the National League South. Manager sent off, players sent off,
Stevie require
all sorts of
160.
delirium.
Everything was happening there then. Checking it in, and it is. So tops.
140. Wesley require 94.
Yeah, it's been a great passage of play for Steve West. Arms staring now at 76. Can only hope to set up and hope that Steve West
54.
misses.
Stevie require 20. Game shot on the fourth leg. Steve West.
Yeah, no error there from Steve West, and he has found a breaker throw. Now 3-1 to the good.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
So West a leg away from the match, and Harms looks up at the skies, wondering why.
41. 100.
They're an 8th ton plus throw from Wesley Harms. Has got 3 140s and a 180 as well.
123.
The issue for Harms has been when he's missed. Really has missed, whereas Steve West has just been able to be that bit more consistent throughout the
41.
match.
59.
Well, he's just found that one moment, hasn't he, in a game that was kind of seeing both players cancel each other out.
140.
That's a big visit from Harms against the throw.
100.
Harms with a good opportunity here to be the first down to a finish, and will be the first to a finish. What will it be?
140.
Yeah, back-to-back 140. Solid from Wesley Harms.
140.
And West with
Wesley
140 of his
require
own,
80.
and so Harms to bring it back to 3-2. It's only going to be a dart. A double top to save it.
60.
And West is back for the match.
Stevie require 38.
Does he split or does he hit? Looking towards the right
No
side of the
score.
double, but he cannot find the target.
Wesley
waiting for it.
require
So 3 match
20.
darts come and gone for Steve West. Wesley Harms with double 10 to save. Double 5, sometimes awkward.
Game shot on the
Not for
fifth
Wesley
leg.
Harms.
Wesley
It's
Harms.
3-2.
And we are back on throw.
Sixth leg, it's Wesley to throw
Harms
first.
to send us
Game
all the
on.
way to a decider. West knowing he's had his opportunity to complete the job. Tell you what, there's a lot of head shaking on that stage.
140. 140. 140.
Here, a third, one call of 140. These two really go for it.
180.
Fourth 180 of the match there for Steve West.
Scoring power up there with the best of them.
43.
And is that the opportunity that Steve West has been looking for?
$81.
He's got another chance for the match, leaving a finish after 9.
100. Steve, you require 100.
Complete the job for 2. West has got 2 at tops.
60.
But that is now 5 match darts
Wesley,
that
you
have come and
require
gone.
78.
Again, another chance here for Wesley to force a tiebreaker. Now needs double 6.
72.
And just couldn't
Steve,
find
you
the
require
target.
40.
And so more opportunities presents itself.
Game,
And this
shot,
time,
and
there
the
is
match,
no
Steve
mistake
West.
from Steve West, who seals a 4-2 victory against Wesley Harms, doing so with a 93.68 average, 4 maximums all told. And that is despite 10 missed darts at double. It is enough to get over the line against Wesley Harms. Right, time for a break. And when we return, we're going to see Colin Osborne in action up against Alan Norris.
Colin Osborne and Alan Norris were both condemned to 4-1 defeats in their openers today. Norris noticeably frustrated as he averaged below 68 against Harms. As for Osborne, he had chances against Whitehead, but just couldn't take them. You do feel, though, if the Wizard can replicate that level in this one, it may well be enough to move him on to 8 points, a tally his beloved Borough side could only dream of right now. To see whether he can do so, let's get back to Henry and Laura.
Oh, wow. Abby, that hurts. That hurts.
First leg, it's Colin
Feel
to
the
throw
burn
first.
there.
Game
Cool.
on.
Right, Colin Osborne against Alan Norris to round off the second round of fixtures. I'm glad Glenn Dart once sat in the in this chair.
85.
Well, that's for Osborne. He's looking to respond to a 4-1 defeat to Conan Whitehead in his opener. As for Norris, exactly the same against Wesley Harms. It was a below par performance for Chuck Norris in that one. The odds compilers have reacted accordingly and have placed Colin Osborne as the 1-3 favourite to win this match. Alan Norris, the outside bet at 9-4.
80. $45. $95.
I'll give you both of these players had a slow start in their first matches this morning.
$100.
It looks like we're going to have to play the game of when is Alan Norris going to change his darts at the table bingo?
60.
Didn't at the last visit.
$42.
And I think that's something players do, isn't it? They do like to tinker. Obviously, the most famous example of that, doing it mid-match, is obviously Peter Wright, where he will change things up if he doesn't feel comfortable.
60. $134. Colin, you require 121.
Well, that visit forces, you feel, potentially Osborne to take the 1-2-1 out. It may only be a dart at the bullseye. In fact, he gets the best prize, double 14.
Game shot
That's
in the first leg,
fantastic from
Colin
Osborne. Wizardry from the Wizard.
Second leg is Alan to throw
You're
first.
wizard,
Game
Colin.
on.
No, he's just Colin.
45.
Yeah, despite that last shot there from Alan Norris. Putting
45.
a bit of pressure on Colin Osborne. His quality rose to the fore, taking up that 1-2-1 checkout.
100. $140. $140.
Yeah, first 140 of the match there for Alan Norris. Both finding a higher standard than what they showed earlier
140.
today. Both looking for their first win as well. So I think you go into these matches, see them as a,
56.
this is the opportunity, this is where I can get my 2 points from. Both thinking they can come out and win this match.
And the key is not to panic either, is it, in this scenario?
100.
He's
Alan, you
sitting here
require
and saying it, but
160.
it's quite hard in reality. Both in, so needs tops.
Game shot on the second leg,
Spectacular
Alan
finish there
Norris.
from Alan Norris. 160 checkout. Now we are one apiece.
Third leg is Colin. to
Levels,
throw
you devils,
first.
and a
Game
devilish
on.
delight from Alan Norris. If Colin is a wizard, Alan knows how to chuck.
140.
This is a big game for Alan because the man who
60.
famously walked on to Sweat by Snoop Dogg will be sweating about his chances in the group if he loses this one, because he would be cut adrift from the rest of the pack. 4 points from
41.
fifth place and 6 points out of the top three reach.
45.
It's those little moments, those slipping into the 5 for Alan Norris. Need to try and rectify that.
81. $100. $102.
Osborne making the most of the entire board to set himself up with 137.
55. Colin, you
We'll have
require
at least 6 darts from
137.
here.
Every leg so far has been one of a ton-plus finish. Is that trend going to continue? When tops, it doesn't go on this
97.
occasion.
$57. Colin, you require 40.
So to retake the lead, Osborne requiring tops. Be awkward.
35.
Yeah, just pulls it underneath. Leaves himself on 5. He'll be back, but that's not one of the nicest leaves on the board. Can get a bit messy from there.
81. Colin, you require 5.
Especially with Norris still on a ton topper. And that just about squeezes into the run. The roll of the eyebrow says it all as he comes up for the madhouse.
Alan, you require
He may
103.
find himself in the doghouse if Norris finds it's 103.
He's double 12.
79.
Nearly saw our third consecutive
Colin, you
ton-plus
require
checkout
2.
in this match. Colin Osborne back for double 1, and again, not a given.
Well, we've all been here, haven't we?
Yeah, I tend to blank it out.
No score.
I did that quite a lot on one
Alan, you
quite
require
prestigious
24.
tournament.
It was you
Game's
who
on the
mentioned
third
it as
leg,
Norris
Alan
gets the
Norris.
break. I know about you, but Norris broke in 22.
Fourth leg is Alan
and
to
now
go first. Game
he
on.
moves in front in this match with a break in hand.
Yeah, that was a big wasted opportunity there, I think, for Colin Osborne. Just got into that thing of chasing the double round the board. So frustrating. Only a fraction away, but not able to convert it into a winning leg.
He's 1 from 8 on his doubles now, and he was 1 from 8 on his doubles against Conan Whitehip.
35.
He's been given opportunities, but he's just not been able to take them so far today.
No, that last
41.
several missed darts for Colin Osborne.
Those misses become apparent.
100.
As you say, a win here for Alan Norris keeps him within touching distance of Johnny Haynes. Again, just makes that table all the more interesting.
41.
Well, in terms of the table, Osborne will move on to 8. Now, these are the top 3 players as live. West on 10, Whitehead on 8, and Harms on 8, and Osborne can join that pack
100.
on that particular figure. As a matter of fact, if he wins this game, he would move into at least 3rd position because of his overall
100.
legs difference. Could well be a 4-horse race. Be a bit of a dogfight towards the line. There's Osborne.
130. Oh, check.
Yeah, it's a 180.
180.
Doing him a disservice, Justin.
Sometimes hard to get that line of sight. Almost got
84.
those, that 180
Colin,
on a
you require
pinhead.
86.
Polo Mint. Is this going to be mint?
54.
No, that's a little bit smelly.
Alan, you require 95.
Opted for the ball. Does correct it on the
75.
last start. But
Colin, you
Osborne back to
require
32
32.
to break straight back and make it another level game.
Game shot on the 4th
And
leg.
it is
Colin Osborne.
Desimondo, 2-2. Both players having a little bit of a laugh and a
Fifth leg
joke
is
about
Colin to throw
something.
first.
And it
Game
really has
on.
been kind of the tale of the group. It has been played in such a great spirit. As Alan Norris looked a little bit confused.com in the
84.
background.
$100.
really isn't much splitting these two either in this match. The 2 apiece, both averaging around about the 82 mark. Biggest factor in everything. Alan Norris is 2 from 3 on checkouts, 66%.
84.
Where you've got Colin Osborne 2 from 12 at 16%. And I think that's the key part of this story so far.
97. 27.
And the wizard weaving some more magic here, waving his wand.
95.
It's a spell of brilliance from Osborne here.
$100. Colin, you require 85.
It's 85 for 3-2. 2 14s.
71.
Well, the double 14 served him well in the opening leg, taking up that 1-2-1, but not able to find it. So again, puts himself into that position where 14 is one of those numbers that can get quite messy quite quickly.
100. Colin, you require 14.
Well, we're here before with Colin a couple of legs ago. And we're going to go there again.
No score.
Well, we're not going to go there again because he's busted score.
Alan, you require 90.
Again, gives Alan the opportunity. He's double 10.
80. Colin, you require 14. Game shot on the 5th
And
leg.
the double 7
Colin
is found, and Osborne leads 3-2. Leg away now. For moving himself on to 8 points and to put himself in those top 3 positions just behind Steve West at the top of the table, who takes on Alan Norris in his next match. Next round of fixtures is going to see Harms take on Whitehead, Haynes play Osborne, and Norris up against West.
140.
Yeah, Colin Osborne will be hoping to put this one to bed in this leg.
85.
Good last start there from Alan Norris.
$95.
He is one of those players, Colin Osborne, that just doesn't give you a moment's peace. Just when you think you might be making a little bit of headroom in a leg,
100.
he'll conjure up a ton 40, a 95, just a visit that will just keep you under the pump.
83.
Yeah, so as you were saying, chance here really for Alan Norris.
43.
And one you would suggest has possibly gone begging as Colin Osborne can set something up, just possibly a bit more attainable.
Most definitely. Feel most certainly now he's the favourite to go on and win this match.
126. Alan, you require 133.
So this for the match.
83.
And a 4-2 success.
Colin, you require 57.
Needs tops. Over for double 10.
Game, shot.
And this
and a
time
match.
Colin Osborne does
Osborne.
make sure, comes out a 4-2 winner over Alan Norris, which is just around the 83 mark for players. It's a tale of who could find that finish eventually, and it did go the way, as I say, of the Wizard, who now sits second on the overall table. Coming up next, we have Wesley Harms against third placed Conan Whitehead.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Colin Osborne has just picked up his first victory of this session. We can take a little look at the results that we have already seen so far today. And yesterday we saw 7 last leg deciders. Today, more comprehensive victories, routine wins. The day started off with a shock whitewash win for the then bottom of the table Haynes over top of the crop Steve West. But it's Johnny Haynes who is making his move on move-in day. 2 wins from 2, and they've both come over the table topper at the time that he has faced them. Laura Turner alongside me. How impressed have you been with how he's managed to grind out these victories, especially when you take into consideration the way he played yesterday?
Yeah, no, it's been really impressive, and I was kind of waiting for it. I think yesterday it was a bit unfortunate. Missed time. When he did miss, he was mistiming it, and people were taking out big finishes against him, and was also, just finding those doubles when he was already sat on one. So today, I think he's just made sure when he's down on that double, he's been really quite comprehensive, finishing off. I've been really impressed.
Yeah, and there has been an improvement in his overall level as well, hasn't there? Because yesterday, all but one of his averages were in the low to mid 80s. Today, both in the 90s. Really impressive the way he has gone about his business. As for Conan Whitehead, how do you think he'll be reflecting on his day so far? Because he performed really well in his opener, dropped off slightly in his second match, but again, he treated us to another bull finish to take out the 88.
Yeah, well, it's just becoming a thing now, isn't it? We didn't see very many 180s in that first match, quite a lot of 140s, but he made up for that in the second one. But again, yeah, I guess frustration perhaps, maybe, losing that game again to Johnny Haynes. Very similar thing happened yesterday. Johnny Haynes coming back from 3-0. Thought Conan was going to come back from 3-1, forced a decider, but went the way of Haynes.
And we were joking about it before the action got underway, that Conan was asking what the record was for 180s. Do you think he's the type of player who can chase that too much, perhaps?
Maybe. I mean, ultimately, it's all about the win. It's all about the victory. But every player has something else, that they maybe play on their mind. But I'm sure with Conan, it's going to be, that may be the loss that he would be like kick him into gear. And we might see the best of Conan once again.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the table then, because there has, of course, been a little bit of movement. Johnny Haynes off the bottom, and he has now put distance between himself and Alan Norris, who sits bottom on 2 points. Steve West still out on top, but they have been 2 contrasting displays, haven't they? Because he only had 2 darts at the outer ring in his opener, then a 94 average in game 2. Not being able to play with his glasses on today, it seems like it may have affected him early on, but he seems to have adapted to it quite well.
Yeah, I was worried, obviously, when it was announced that obviously he didn't have his glasses. But as you say, that second leg, really, really strong performance. And again, sometimes it's just having that first game as well. I think every dart player will say that first game is always the toughest one, and then you can warm into something. So maybe that's what we're seeing from Steve West.
Wesley Harms up against Conan Whitehead next up for us today. Do you expect Conan to put down a marker in this one? Because I'm thinking he's on the verge of doing that.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But again, I've been really impressed with how Wesley's been performing as well. This is a battle at the moment between 3 and 4 on the table as it currently stands. We know everything does move and change very quickly. So yeah, it's going to be another really tight tussle. And again, it wouldn't surprise me. Like yesterday, 4 threes all the way, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Right then, let's get the action back underway. Henry, over to you.
Thank you very much, Happy. Conan Whitehead wanted to join in the conversation as well. Well, he's going to let the darts do the talking here against Wesley Harms, and he's the heavy favourite to go on and pick up this match. 8-11 he's quoted with the odds compilers, whilst Wesley Harms is quoted as an even money shot. Well, let's have a look and dissect what they've done so far today. Because Wesley Harms, yes, he beat Alan Norris in his opening game. It was a sluggish start, averaging just 79.31 and 4 out of 13 when it came to the doubling. It was a better performance against Steve West in his second match, but he came at the wrong end of a 4-2 scoreline, averaging 90.96 and 33% when it came to the finishing, 2 from 6. Meanwhile, for Conan Whitehead, well, it was the first match of the week where he didn't hit a maximum, but got the better of Colin Osborne by 4 legs to 1, averaging 90.5, and then backed that particular game up with a 4-3 defeat to Johnny Haynes. Haynes seemingly the player that's doing the damage to Whitehead this week. There was an 87.95 average and 3 from 7 when it came to the doubling. So actually this game, despite Whitehead going into it as a heavy favourite to go on and win it, it may well be a tighter game than one may have predicted earlier on today.
180. $140.
He's beginning to find that first dart now, is Wesley.
99. $26. Wesley require 122. $42.
You just hear that groan.
76.
That come on, that cry from
Wesley
Conan
require
Whitehead.
80.
Double 10 here for Wesley Harms for the opening leg.
$60.
Okay, it's a miss from Hans, but the good news from his perspective is Whitehead is left on 159.
59. Wesley require 20.
16 darts in the opening leg. Locking it, moving along, the Oki.
Game shot on the
And
first
finds a
leg.
route
Wesley
through.
Harms.
17 darts, opening leg for Wesley Harms.
Second leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
You'd say after that solid opening performance from Conan
42.
beating Colin Osborne 4-1, seems to be on a little bit of a downward spiral since that opener. Perhaps we're being a bit unfair because we've just got those expectations from what we saw yesterday.
140.
Conan will be disappointed.
Well, players like Conan Whitehead harbour expectations because of what they've done in the past,
180.
doing things like that.
But we saw it with Wesley Harms yesterday, and we've seen it with other
85.
players. It just takes that one thing to click. In fact, I would say yesterday, Conan Whitehead, when he hit that 170 yesterday against Colin Osborne, it really did drive him on to win the rest of the match because he was behind at the time.
121.
Over the meeting yesterday, it was Harms who ran out a 4-3 victor. 92.67 the average, 4 out of 13 on the doubles.
60.
Whitehead
Conan,
missing
you
a play for
require
doubles himself in
158.
that one, and Shokora hit 3 maximums in that match. Has got space in this second leg.
58. $100. Conan, you require 100.
Opted to go tops, just now can set it
60.
up.
Wesley, you
Wesley
require
Harms does have a
116.
bit of an opportunity here on 116.
Has more than a chance now. Has the tops chance.
96.
Just underneath.
Conan, you require 40.
That's clipped the wire, and that's
30.
clipped the wire the other side.
Wesley, you require 20.
A welcome opportunity here for Wesley Harms, needing double 10 and takes
Game
double
shot on
10.
the second leg. Wesley Harms.
Wesley Harms goes into a 2-0 lead.
Conan
Third leg is
berating
Wesley to
himself.
throw
It's a
first.
slap on the
Game
thigh.
on.
Giving his darts a good old talking to.
I've often said it's one of the loneliest places in the world when things
100.
aren't going your way. Not necessarily in a position to change things during the match. You need to make use of the time in between.
83.
It's not like a tennis match where you can almost have a tactical timeout or get off the court for 5 minutes and reevaluate the situation in the match. Once you're on that stage, you're on that stage.
77.
And in this format, you don't come back off until the game is won and lost.
$41. $100. $92.
This is a bit of a testament to how much things can change.
100.
If Wesley Harms was to run out a winner here, he would then go on 10 points, sitting underneath Steve West as it stands. And Whitehead, who was topping the table earlier on this morning,
99.
would actually go down to fourth.
Wesley require 124.
And then with work to do for his upcoming games. And so Harms 124. He's got 6 from here, so not going to chase or attack or contemplate the
45.
bullseye.
$100. Wesley requires
That's a
79.
good last start there from Conan Whitehead. Just adds a little bit of pressure behind Wesley Harms.
No score. Conan, you
manages to
require
bust 79.
86.
Is that going to be game-changing? Because Whitehead's got 1 at the bull. And he
Game shot on the
doesn't
third
tend to
leg. Conan
miss.
Whitehead.
Harms with the bust.
Fourth
Whitehead
leg
with
is
the
Conan
bull.
to throw first.
And back
Game
to
on.
2-1 we go. Back on throw we go.
And we said something may have needed to be ignited in Conan Whitehead. And there you see his second 180 of the match.
And
100.
Conan's one of those players that can take full advantage of those situations. And he's one of those players who can provide moments of magic, but the
140.
sixth dart goes a-begging.
And backing up what you said there earlier, he's got to be the strongest candidate
60.
for a 9 this week. Probably along with Steve West, as he has got previous here at the Super Series.
100. $41. Conan, you require.
And he'll take an
81.
11 here. Just has to step back. Wesley just accidentally dropping a dart as he retrieved it from the board. But this is a good dart, good recovery,
on the
good
fourth
leg
leg,
from
Conan
Conan Whitehead. And what a flurry the Barbarian is having. It's back to 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Wesley to throw first. Game on. $60.
A really comprehensive comeback from Conan Whitehead so far.
$60.
Conan Whitehead will need to find a way to break Wesley Harms' throw. Done it once already. Bring it back to 2-all. We'll need to do it again.
41. $140. $61.
Flap of the hand there. The Harms knows he needs to be scoring more than that. He has dipped off and found that extra level he needed, but Wesley
140.
Harms has not been able to find the form that saw him take those opening 2 legs.
121. Conan, you require 161.
161 for Whitehead.
135.
That last score did leave Conan Whitehead on 26. Another one that doesn't split if you
42.
go inside.
Conan, you require 26.
And he does go inside, so needs to
18.
rectify that problem. No major harm done with Wesley, not yet on a finish.
But is definitely going to be left on something handy now.
137. Conan, you require 8.
He's left himself on 39, incredibly. Whitehead, 1 left at double 4 for the break.
4.
And Harmed, well, he should be having
Wesley
3 clear.
require 39.
He's only going to have 2 at double 10.
34. Conan, you require 4. Game shot on the 5th leg. Conan Whitehead.
And that miss there from Wesley Harms just allowed Conan Whitehead to step through.
6th leg, it's Conan to throw
Whitehead
first.
now from
Game
2-0
on.
down has the darts to win 4-2.
And Wesley Harms can't quite believe it.
100.
I think that uncharacteristic miscount to leave himself on 39 the leg before, sometimes that can kind of throw you. It shouldn't, but as you could see from
59.
the outcome, just it's unusual. It's that little tiny lapse in concentration.
140.
Whitehead has kind of pounced on a couple of opportunities that's been afforded to him by Wesley. The 86, the one dart at the bullseye after a couple of misses from Harms.
140.
The miscount there. Whitehead's been able just to pick Wesley apart in this game.
100. $98. Conan, you require
Good
161.
start there from Wesley Harms, but Whitehead has the first opportunity.
$71.
So for the match, for 4-2 victory, and to put
60.
himself onto 10
Conan,
points,
you
and how
require
quickly this
90.
group can change on a pinhead. He's gone treble 18 for double 18, and now double 9 to complete the
Game,
job
shot,
by
and
4
a
legs to
match,
2, and Conan
Whitehead.
Whitehead moves on to 10 points. He moves top of the pile. He gets the better of Wesley Harms, picking up and punishing a couple of mistakes from the Dutchman. Conan Whitehead, a 4-2 victor against Wesley Harms. After the break, Johnny Haynes takes on Colin Osborne.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon. Well, what a day Johnny Haynes is having so far. 2 wins over 2 players who were sat top of the table at the time he played them. Of course, he started the day bottom of the table with just the 1 win to his name. If he can make it 3 from 3 on moving day, he will join Harms and his opponent Osborne on 8 points. To see which way they go in this one, let's get back to Henry and Laura.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. Yeah, as you say, what a day Johnny Haynes is having so far. All gone his way at the moment. And has moved up to the table.
First leg,
Is
it's
still
Johnny
in
to
5th
throw
on
first.
6 points. A win here
Game
would put
on.
him joint with Colin Osborne and Wesley Harms on 8. But the Wizard shows signs of what he is capable of, but not quite found the levels that we saw yesterday.
135.
No, not at all. Having a look at his averages, 84 and 83, and has missed a plethora of doubles. He missed 14 in his first game. In fact, he's missed 21 darts, a double in 2 matches. But the scoring phase hasn't been too bad. As for Haynes, and this is how crazy this format is here at the Super Series, is he finished bottom of the table after day 1 with just a couple of points to his name. He wins this, and he moves to within a couple of points at the top of the table. Weston Norris to come after this one.
41.
He just waves that viz off and says, rubbish!
Yeah, that visit really has proven to be attempted there for Colin
100.
Osborne, who manages to leave himself on 136 after just 9.
$97. Colin, you require 136.
Another one of them means double 8. For a
Game shot on the first
superb
leg,
ton
Colin
topper for
Osborne.
Colin Osborne. A 136 to give himself the lead against Johnny Haynes of a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Absolutely outstanding start. To be that first leg for Colin Osborne to kick off
96.
against Alan Norris with a comprehensive first leg 1-2-1 checkout. 136 here. Now it's about kicking on.
60.
Not how you start, it's how you finish. And Johnny Haynes is trying to typify that example considering his first day efforts.
70.
Colin Osborne went into this game as even money. Johnny Haynes actually went into this 8 to 11
41.
on. Maybe again reflective of the way the 2 players have been playing today. Haynes, as a base, is probably about 7 points up on the average.
65.
91 and 90 his averages so far today. And in terms of double conversion, has been so much better than Osborne. 4 from 9 and 4 from 5 in his respective matches.
82.
I'm just looking to put a bit more space between him and Johnny Haynes.
100.
Leaves himself the big fish. Conan Whitehead delighted us with yesterday in his match against Colin Osborne.
100. Colin, you require 170.
Are we going to go down to the Super Series lake? No, it is dry today.
125. 85. Colin, you require 45.
So for a 2-0 lead, 45 required for Colin Osborne. Just about squeezes in the 5 to leave tops.
Game shot in the second leg.
No
Colin
issues
Osborne.
there with the double.
And Osborne into a 2-0 lead. The average, 103.66.
Third leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
Well, we're asking
Game
a couple
on.
of question marks, weren't we, about the Wizard? And at the moment, he's conjuring up the answers. Haynes has been slow out the traps, and he's been made to pay the price.
60.
Quite often in these races to 4, the opening leg really can set the tone, and that's so far in this match.
100. 140.
That's a bit better from Johnny Haynes.
$60. 100.
So this is steady. And can still put some pressure on. I find that 1-4, try and find that red bit.
100.
Just find it on the third time of asking. Johnny Haynes can leave something here.
121.
So leads himself on 80 after 12 in response to an opening couple of leg blitz from Osborne.
55. Johnny, you require 80.
It is just for a hole, but it would put himself in the match. But he's missed the big
40.
number. Not that it's going to count on this occasion.
$95. Johnny, you require 40.
So to get a leg in this match, needs tops.
Game shot on the third
And a good
leg.
adjustment
Johnny
there
Haynes.
for Johnny Haynes.
Fourth leg is Colin to throw first. Game on.
Osborne wins this leg. He'll find himself on the hill.
81.
And he needs a win here. Just to keep tabs. To put himself top of the pile.
100.
Feet here would mean that it just opens up the door, doesn't it, to Steve West. Victory for Osborne here would mean this
100.
to the league table. There'd be more tens there than on an episode of Strictly Come Dancing in Blackpool.
81.
We said at the start of the week that it was going to be a tight and congested group, and
100.
we're seeing it in full evidence here.
Kind of implied earlier that we thought this could be a day that someone like Conan,
100.
someone like Collins, someone like Steve could stretch that lead. But the way the games have played out so far, as you can see, 3 players potentially on 10 points if Colin Osborne wins here.
100.
Now, it should be said, Steve West has got the opportunity to move on to 12 if he can get the better of Alan Norris in the next. Which, on the basis of both players' performances so far today, you would
100.
expect,
Colin, you require
however,
120.
not a formality. This isn't a formality. Both players are going to climb the ladder. Osborne looking to become the first to complete the climb.
80.
But he goes above
Johnny,
the
you
summit that he
require
so
120.
wanted.
Needs the treble. Colin back,
40.
needing 40 to go 3-1 ahead.
Colin, you require 40.
And that looked like it did bounce out the treble bed as well for Johnny Haynes.
Game
Academic
shot on
though
the
it
fourth leg,
is,
Colin
because
Osborne.
Osborne opens up a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on. 45.
Johnny did mount a charge yesterday against Conan Whitehead, did manage to find a way back from 3-0 down. We need to find a way back from 3-1 down here if he's going to win the match.
125.
Colin Osborne most definitely seems to have other ideas.
He's got one target and one vision in his mind now.
140.
Remember, he knows this format better than anyone. No one's played more matches in this arena than Colin Osborne.
26.
Qualified for Champions Week twice. Looking to become 3 players in 4 weeks that They've qualified for Champions Week on 3 occasions. Matt
41.
Clark and Darryl Pilgrim becoming the first two to do it in weeks 1 and weeks 2. Marina Mikkel's picking up the title on Saturday night, defying Fallon Sherrock in the final.
140.
Visit there from Colin Osborne, just giving him the advantage.
88.
Johnny Haynes cannot find the 25, so doesn't leave himself on a finish.
It opens the door for Osborne, but can he crowbar it open? But
43.
it felt like there he was trying to pull open a push door.
We've all been guilty of that. Always asked, why do you put a handle on a push door?
137. Colin, you require
Very
167.
first world issue, I think. But I don't understand it.
Well, Osborne looking to close the door on this match. If he can find the bull.
142.
Just a
Johnny
whisker
require
away,
50.
but Johnny Haynes here can save the match. Needs tops.
40.
And that was a wild attempt on that last
Colin,
double
you
10.
require 25.
And so Osborne this time 2 clear doubles to complete the job. Double 8. To move top of the lot.
Game.
Double
shot,
4 is
and a match.
found for
Colin
4-1
Osborne.
success for Colin Osborne. That moves him to the summit of Group A and getting the better of Johnny Haynes, condemning him to his first defeat of the group. So Osborne top of the pile for now, but Steve West could open up a 2-point cushion if he can get the better of Alan Norris after this short break.
Well, the battle at the top of the table is still so very interesting, isn't it? This, our final match in our third round of fixtures, and Steve West again has the opportunity to move north to the top of the table with a win. West, the 4-1 winner when he faced Norris yesterday, thanks to some really clinical finishing. To guide you through all the action in this one, let's get back to Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so it is West against Norris, and a win for Steve will put him top of the pile and 2 points clear against the man who currently occupies bottom spot in
First
Group
leg is
A.
Alan to throw first. Game on.
Norris needs to find a big performance here.
95.
You feel Laura hasn't quite opened up today in the sort of vein and fashion that he would have liked to expect it.
No, absolutely. I think, sub 70 average in the first, follows it up with an 82.
100.
We know that Alan Norris can play at a much higher level, but just finding it, does need to find it here if he's got any chance of
85.
beating Steve West, who, as you said, Henry, could be a potential table topper once again, as we just watch the table evolve and develop over the course of today and tomorrow.
140.
And what is going to be so intriguing about this Group A in particular is the fact that you've got so many
140.
experienced campaigners in this format. So they all know the intricacies of it. They're all going to be wily foxes towards these scenarios.
180.
Talking about wily, that is a Westy Maxi.
60.
Come out of the trap
Steve
strongly
require
here
81.
as Steve West.
Needs 78. Gets the treble, so needs double 12.
Game shot on the first leg.
A
Steve
comprehensive
West.
start. 12 darts for Steve West as an opener and breaking the Alan Norris throw early on.
Second leg is Steve to throw first. Game on. $100.
When he throws in that relaxed style, anything is possible as far as Steve West is concerned.
60.
Again, comparing styles. There's such an intensity about Alan Norris when he throws. Just say a relaxed Steve West.
41.
It's a Steve West that produces his best starts.
$121.
That was a huge deflection. Looked like it was on target for the treble, just bounced off the barrel.
Well, it pretty much came off the post, didn't it?
43. $26. $100. $70.
Pretty neck and neck in this second leg.
91.
But a good use of treble 17 there from Steve West. Leaves him on 126. One of those shots that dart players do go for quite often.
100. Steve, you require 126.
A lot of practice games where you'll play around those types of scenarios. 126 is one of the prominent ones because this breaks down a lot. The breakdown now is treble 19. And now the bull.
82.
But the bull goes a
And you
begging.
require 124.
Needs the treble.
88.
But went for the ball just to prove that he
Steve,
would
you
have got
require
it just in
44.
case.
Nothing like proving us. Right or wrong. Time for a bit of Acapulco action.
34.
But West will be going a loco.
Alan, you require 36. Game shot on the second
As
leg.
Norris
Alan
levels
Norris.
up at 1-1.
Steve West is unable to back up the emphatic
Third
start.
leg is Alan to throw first. Game on.
Steve West throwing just 12 darts in the first leg to take it. 21 darts in the second, not able to finish. So Alan Norris takes the advantage.
26. $60. 100.
A topsy-turvy game so far, would you say?
Definitely had its ebbs and flows, hasn't it?
125.
For players yet to truly get into a rhythm as of yet.
60. 100.
'Noah's chastising himself.
60.
Cries of Alan! Alan! Up at the hockey, it's Steve! Steve! And that was a dart on the
25.
wild side.
$29.
Yeah, things just not going well for Alan Norris at the moment. Steve West just looking to set something up. Set it up, he
133.
does. 58 now for Steve West after 15.
100. Steve, you require 58.
For a break of throw and a 2-1 lead. For Steve. Double 15. It's found.
Game shot on
and
the third
West
leg,
puts himself
Steve
back in
West.
control again.
4th leg is Steve to throw first. Game on.
We'll escape over that. We'll leave that to your imagination at home.
59. 100. 41.
'And again, we talked about ebbs and flows in this game. Steve West able
40.
again to kind of capitalise and drive forward, but Norris not able to take advantage.
81. 43. 100.
You can just see the frustration up on that stage. That ton does. I was
140.
going to say that ton did give Steve West the lead, but Alan Norris now back with a 140.
$140. 58.
So West closing in on 3-1.
80.
And he goes straight for tops. Tops, yes, is the answer. What can he see?
60. Alan, you require 120.
Norris needs the treble, but yeah, that dart is awkward. Has to shift. No other option. Only find
80.
a single.
Steve, you require 20.
So for 3-1.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Steve
Finish
West.
there from Steve West. Goes 3-1. As we said,
5th
from
leg
a
is Alan to throw first. Game
match
on.
where Steve West went out blistering in 12 darts. Neither player have been able to produce their best, but Steve West, it is him 3-1 to the good.
$60. 40. 45.
Max.
140.
Not to be, but he's closing in now, West, on a 4-1 win.
41.
And every time Alan Norris just nudges ahead, Steve West just finds something. He's always on the back foot in these matches at the moment, Alan Norris.
140.
And he's got 6. New sense.
94. Stevie require
So
161.
6 and 161. It's been a good-natured game. But West closing in
97.
on a win. That would put him onto the dart. He doesn't. And so the 16's
42.
corridor to complete the
Stevie
job.
require 64.
Looking at tops.
Game.
And there you have it. Steve West does find tops. Comes out a 4-1 winner over Alan Norris. Steve West average just a fraction under 90 there with 87. Alan Norris 76.06. Checkout percentage. Alan Norris did get one double, did find it. Steve West does come out victorious. Coming up next, we have Johnny Haynes versus Wesley Harms.
So then, Johnny Haynes looking to return to winning ways after his first defeat of the day last time out, going down 4-1 to Colin Osborne, who produced his best winning average of the week so far in that one. Haynes takes on Wesley Harms, who's really struggling to maintain a high enough level today. Can he do enough to get his second win of the day, or will Haynes join him on 8 points with a victory himself? A reminder that Johnny Haynes started the day bottom on 2 points. To see how this one unfolds then, let's return to the guys in comms.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so for these 2 points is of a premium, especially for Wesley Harms, who in that previous round of fixtures lost significant traction on Steve West in top spot. It's now 4 points. The difference between him and the table topper wise for Johnny Haynes. His targets and ambitions are definitely going to be now on a Group B spot.
First leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on. 85.
We've already seen Johnny Haynes won his first opening 2 matches. Did succumb 4-1 Colin Osborne. Bit of a dip in performance for Johnny Haynes there.
45.
Wesley Harms has been a bit up and down, I think, as well, in terms of his performances. So it's kind of one of those games that I think both players again will see it as an opportunity.
140. $59.
As far as the odds compilers are concerned, they have
140.
Johnny Haynes off at 8 to 11 and Wesley Harms even money.
$58. Johnny Iroquois, 136.
We have had some unpredicted results, we would say. Johnny Haynes actually whitewashing Steve West, who we
96.
saw just beat Alan Norris.
$100.
Yeah, West having
Johnny
that touch
Iroquois,
of class
40.
in that last game. Tops of Haynes.
No score.
Yeah, just one to chalk up and draw a line under there for Johnny Haynes, I think.
100. Johnny Iroquois,
And so back we go
40.
again. Tops of Haynes.
Game
1-0.
shot on the first leg.
16
Johnny
data
Haynes.
for the Punk.
Second leg is Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Definitely feels like a bit of an alternative match. Sparky against the Punk. Only in darts can you have that kind of matchup.
There have been some epic
100.
nicknames, haven't there? Players.
Tell
140.
you what it reminds me of. Do you ever see the TV programme Friday Night Dinner?
I have.
Do you remember the character Mr. Morris?
Yes.
100.
Do you know what it's all about these days? Punk rock.
$96.
I like that you can find a way of drawing an analogy to pretty much anything and everything.
Somehow. Probably not my best skill in the world.
140.
You see that 140 there from Wesley Harms, leaving him on 161.
145. Wesley Iroquois,
Just
161.
to find a 145 for 120.
And he's going to get a go because Hans can't take out the 161. And so Haynes returning for a
60.
2-0 lead.
Johnny Iroquois,
Looking
120.
for the Shanghai, the 120. Looking now to go down, to go up.
80.
And that was to move 2 up.
Wesley Iroquois, 101.
Well, given that we have seen Wesley take up those ton plus checkouts, needs to find that treble 20. Can't. So Johnny Haynes now in a position to go
81.
2 legs to
Johnny
the good.
Iroquois, 40.
Double 10.
$20.
Doesn't go. Harms
Wesley
back for the same
Iroquois,
target
20.
to level proceedings up.
No score.
Similarly, cannot find a way through.
Johnny
So
Iroquois, 20.
back to Johnny Haynes to see if he can take the double. For the split,
12.
cannot convert it.
Wesley
double
Iroquois,
4.
20.
So Harms is going to go for the double 5.
15.
But he can't find. And this has kind of
Johnny
really been the
Iroquois,
first
8.
leg that I can remember this week. There's had this kind of scrap on the doubles.
No
And the
score.
doubling slugfest will go on.
Wesley require 5.
Looking up for 1. But now needs double 2.
3.
And leaves himself in the madhouse.
Johnny require 8.
And so Haynes to move 2 up.
Game shot on
On
the
double
second
4,
leg. Johnny
and finally
Haynes.
he converts. 22 dart leg to move 2 up.
Third leg is Johnny to
Pretty
throw
sure
first.
every player
Game on.
in their career will remember a time where they've just neither player has been able to take out that double.
85.
Have you ever had a leg like that, Laura?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe 1 or 2. One rather public one.
135.
It's one of those things sometimes, especially if it's mid-match.
81.
You're just kind of willing the other person to hit it because you just feel like you've got you're not going to do it yourself. Goes on for so long.
I'll be perfectly honest, I do that in every single leg I ever play.
98.
I'm as bad at darts as I am at parallel
81.
parking.
Okay. I haven't seen you parallel park, but I've heard about your darts, so wow.
81.
Well, Harms here closing on a potential breaker throw. A lot depends on this next visit here from Johnny Haynes. And that second dart and that
26.
third dart means that Harms has got the luxury of time here to pull one back and to return the game to throw at 2-1.
140.
And that was a solid, well-timed visit there from Wesley Harms. But in terms of checkout percentage,
98.
checkouts,
Wesley
Harms
required
is 0
47.
from 8. Can he rectify it here? Looking at 15 for double 16.
Game shot on the
This
third
time,
leg.
no
Wesley
problem.
Harms.
And Wesley Harms does get that leg on the board.
And there is the chalk up of the Haynes darts. There it is in
Fourth
full
leg is
view.
Wesley to throw first. Game on. $85.
Well, Harms has got his first chalk on the board.
55.
Now looking to build. Remember, a victory for Wesley would put him on to 10 points. It'd mean that in the top 4 positions, we'd have West on 12, Osborne on 10, Whitehead on 10,
70.
Harms on 10. Whitehead in action next against Alan Norris. And a big game coming up in a couple of matches' time as Colin Osborne takes on Steve West. Win for Osborne would really
60.
make things interesting in the group. Potentially you could have 3 players on 12 points and another player on 10, and it's all to play for going into the final round of fixtures on day 2.
85. $100.
Harms eyeing up. Finish here.
100.
Does manage to make it to 161. Johnny Haynes right the way back on 286. And that visit there from Johnny Haynes looks
Wesley
like
require
Wesley Harms has put
161.
himself into a great position to level it up at 2 apiece.
The 161 isn't going to go, but he is going to have the luxury of time to take it out.
60.
He's himself on 101. And this game, which looked very much in the
96.
palm of the
Wesley
hands
require
of
101.
Johnny Haynes, may well be reversing the other way. As Harms looks to set up and has got to
49.
hope that
Johnny
Haynes hasn't got a
require
haymaker.
154.
Haynes, one of those old school players. Quite often you see players now opting for the
122.
treble
Wesley
19, treble
require
19 route.
52.
But Harms here looking at tops for a level match.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
It looks like Wesley Harms has put his doubling woes behind him. And we are now at 2 legs all. Best of 3 coming up.
Fifth leg is
The
Johnny
old
to
champion
throw
of
first.
champions
Game
format,
on.
which Johnny Haynes did get to the semi-final of on Saturday. However, you sense that the ascendancy in this game has very much moved in the direction of the Dutchman Wesley Harms. Although that is a good start on throw for the Swindon man. And I suppose being from Swindon, there's more than one route to get into your end destination.
100.
Never seen roundabouts like it, ever.
$60.
Was it 52 different exits to the Magic Roundabout or something like that?
Just trying to avoid it at all costs. Or get the other half to drive. This is when you just crack
100.
Doesn't matter how, it's just all about getting to the end destination.
60.
And for Harms, the end destination would be 10 points if he can pick up the victory in this one. Haynes will win and move on to 8 points. It would congeal the group up and to make things very interesting.
70.
If it's not for the race for first place, that Group B scenario would be very interesting tomorrow if Haynes was to pick up the points in this one.
60. $81.
And we quite often talk about game-changing moments. We've said it about Wesley Harms with his 141, Conan with his 170 yesterday. I wonder how much of a game-changing moment it was, although
Wesley
Johnny Haynes
required
won that
150.
leg. The amount of darts missed at double. His head dropped, did just limber over the finish line in the leg, but it's really dropped off the pace since.
98.
Just feels like the
Johnny
sting out
required
has just been taken out of
145.
this game somewhat. Can Haynes re-establish it with something big? 145 isn't going to go, and so Harms 52 for the break and a 3-2 lead, and then we'll be throwing for the
97.
match.
Wesley require 52.
This time Oxford 20, double 16.
$20. Johnny, you require 48.
These are tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
And I think a bit of a
Johnny
let-off there for
Haynes.
Johnny Haynes. Good finishing. 2 darts for 48. But Wesley Harms rather unfortunate not to have pinned
Sixth
that
leg is
32.
Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Interesting, because Wesley Harms left 52. Maybe the leg before, or a couple of legs before, opted to go 12 tops. Not maybe the route that he wants to go. Did
60.
20-32. I think just likes to keep us all on our toes.
Sometimes changing it up can just keep you more alert and keep you more in the game. But it also what it is saying is, and we see it sometimes with other players, is when they change the tack, then it's saying that they're not confident on one breakdown, or it's not working for them in this particular moment in time, but they trust themselves to go another route and hope that that harbours better results. So they're being proactive with their play
100.
and not reactive with their play.
$100. $83.
Well, that visit there has opened the door up for Johnny Haynes to complete the match. Couple of visits, possibly, couple of big visits away from wrapping it up. He leads himself on a finish. What can Harms do by way of response?
$85. Johnny, you require
140
140.
here from Johnny Haynes. I feel like the match was bookended with fantastic legs.
He can't take it out, but what he's going to do is the next best job.
120.
The next best job to leave himself on double 10 for the match. Move himself onto 8 points,
55.
level with Harms,
Johnny, you
and
require
suddenly he may
20.
see his Group A hopes disappear out of sight, out of view,
Game,
as
shot,
Haynes
and a
pins the
match,
double
Johnny
10
Haynes.
to seal a 4-2 victory against Wesley Harms, doing so with an 82.04 average and 4 out of 15 when it came to the doubling. He gets the better of Wesley Harms inside 6 legs. And coming up after the break, Conan Whitehead has the opportunity to move to 12 points, and he takes on Alan Norris.
Right then, Conan Whitehead looking to keep the pressure on Steve West at the top of the table, returns to action, hoping to join the tabletop on 12 points. It's not been explosive from Whitehead today, but he's still only produced one average below 90. So Laura and Henry are going to talk you through all the ebbs, flows, and maybe a few tickles in this one.
Thank you very much, Abby. Right, next up for us, Conan Whitehead up against Alan Norris. And in terms of what the odds compilers are saying in this one, well, they have Whitehead as the comprehensive favourite at 1-4. Alan Norris, the outsider, at 11-4.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
He's the third man on the stage. He's Justin Bradshaw. Thoughts on this one, Laura?
100.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go with what the odds are saying. Alan Norris, just unfortunately for him, just hasn't been able to find any real consistency.
45.
Moments of brilliance. Seen him take out that 160 checkout. find more of that, then Conan's going to have his hands full. But Conan has, form dipped from yesterday, but it was such a high standard
55.
yesterday. Still in a good position, sat on 10 points just behind Steve West. Second on the table at the moment.
180.
Maximum for Norris.
$60.
You sense at some point he's going to just find something. Kind of that middle
96.
portion of the day, the beginning to middle portion is kind of when he played his best stuff, Alan, and then regressed from a base quite dramatically in this portion of the day. He then averaged 74 and
83.
then 70 on the nose in his last couple of games.
140.
This is a really strong start from Alan Norris. Down to tops in just 12 darts. Conan can he try and leave a finish, which he will do. I
95.
hope Alan Norris misses.
Alan, you require 40.
Norris on tops.
Game shot on the
Norris
first leg.
pinning
Alan
tops.
Norris.
A 13 dart breaker throw to lead by a leg to nil.
Second leg is Alan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we do say it quite often. Although you've done that hard work, you found the
100.
break you need to then hold your throw to make it count.
As they say, a break is not a break without a hold.
58. $85. $56.
At this early stage in the match, it's all Alan Norris at the moment. Alan not only scoring over 100 average,
140.
Conan Whitehead has seemingly found a bit of dip in form.
Well, this is against the runner play, the form guide altogether. And Norris here could be racing, as you say, into a 2-0
43.
lead in next to no time at all. And Whitehead's had no time for response. Vichy here would double his points tally from the beginning of day 2 up to 12.
134.
But at the moment, Norris is putting in a purple patch.
140. Alan, you require 42.
So for a 2-0 lead, tops once again.
22.
Close. But no major panic yet for Alan Norris. Although here comes Conan.
180.
That is a wonderfully timed 180
Alan,
to
you
leave
require
24.
20.
Trademark max for Whitehead, but is it going to be in vain?
Game
Yes,
shot on
is
the
the
second
answer.
leg, Alan
As Norris makes it 2-0 to the good. 29 darts for
Third
those
leg is
first couple
Conan
of
to throw
legs.
First, game on.
What has Whitehead got by way of apply?
100.
Can't afford to be broken again here.
28.
It's just the first bit of inconsistency we've seen from Alan Norris in this match.
140.
Yes, Whitehead steams ahead.
$140.
He's finding his range now as Conan.
97.
Even himself on 164 after 9, and Norris hasn't got anything by way of reply.
93. Conan, you require 164. $100.
Steady ton leaves Conan Whitehead coming back for 64. And Norris trying to
100. Conan, you
move as little
require
as possible.
64.
But Conan Whitehead here for 64. Needs tops.
Game shot on the third
Yeah,
leg.
that's a
Conan
better leg
Whitehead.
there. Conan Whitehead gets that point on the board.
Fourth leg is Alan
14
to throw
darts to that
first.
for
Game
Whitehead. The
on.
legs actually in this game have been won in 13, 14, 16. Been a good quality, good standard up to press.
55.
But as you said there was a potential there for Alan Norris to run away with this match.
55.
Remember, coming up after this one, big game at the top of the table. Colin Osborne taking on
57.
Steve West. And if Steve West wins that game, well, he'll keep a hold of the top of the table. And potentially, depending on the outcome here,
59.
could move 4 points clear.
$60. $97.
Good switch there for Conan Whitehead.
$100. $60.
Now then, just having a quick look at the board.
95.
And he's himself on 134.
$60. Alan, you require 134.
There is pressure on it, and it's a 170 pressure, and we know Whitehead can take these out. Really done it this week.
44. Conan, you require 170.
Will history repeat itself? Another one of them. For a bit of deja vu. Rinse
Game
and
on fourth
repeat.
leg,
Conan Whitehead. 2 big fish finishes in 2 days. He loves a bit of bully.
Fifth leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
It's almost like Conan knew that was going. That last start, the lingering hand, you know. When you're not necessarily finding the form,
66.
but you can still produce checkouts like that, shows you the caliber of the player.
Forget Conan the Barbarian. We should call him Conan the Fishmonger.
100.
New walk-on song, Big Fish, Little Fish, cardboard box.
Or Baby Shark's taken.
140.
It is definitely.
I suppose now he needs a 130, then we literally can say Big Fish, Little Fish, cardboard box.
140. $85.
Good news for you, Laws. You've got one more day of me, and then you've got the sanity of Paul Nicholson.
85.
Yeah, no, it's been fun so far. We've enjoyed ourselves.
$58.
Well, Conan leaves himself on a finish on 152. Norris looking to leave it handy here.
85.
And to be honest, you wouldn't
Conan,
put
you
this
require
past him because
152.
his proclivity on double 16 has been good as well, but it's not going to be a repeater for a ton feater.
$64. Alan, you require 91.
And 91 points between Alan Norris and a break back.
66.
Alan Norris just not able
Conan, you
to
require
find
88.
the ball with the consistency of Conan Whitehead.
Double 14.
Game
It's
shot on the
3-2
fifth leg,
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
And this is becoming just a little bit ruthless now. 3 out of 3 on the doubles. And Alan Norris, who built up a
Sixth
head of
leg is
steam
Alan
in
to
the
throw
early
first.
exchanges,
Game on.
has seen that advantage gobbled up.
83. $100. 100.
Important last start there from Alan Norris. Just get the feeling that Alan cannot afford to make any mistakes.
100.
Well, even the things that he's doing good in this game, Alan Norris, Conan Whitehead is just tapping him on the shoulder. It feels like he's got to play the game with an air of just don't miss.
45.
It's the accuracy of Conan's finishing and the timing, the 170, the 88. Alan Norris sat there waiting.
100. 60.
Here comes Conan. He senses the finish line.
180.
Opts to hit a 180 to leave 21. But, is he eyeing up that tally?
Oh, he's definitely eyeing the tally up. He's eyeing the match up now. 21 points away.
Conan, you require
Moving himself
21.
on to 12 points. And he's even got time for a little chuckle. As he eyes up double eight.
Game.
And
shot,
that is 4
and
out of
match.
4 on the
Conan
finishing.
Whitehead.
A big fish finish in there. And Conan Whitehead with a ruthless destruction of Alan Norris by 4 legs to 2. Doing so with a 92.71 average. The finishing stats speak for itself on the left-hand column of your screen. For Alan Norris, well, he came out the tracks all guns a-blazing, but Conan Whitehead just had something just too surmountable for him. Coming up after the break, a big clash at the top of the table as Colin Osborne takes on Steve West.
Well, this game is absolutely colossal in terms of the battle for top spot in Group A. Steve West taking on his housemate for the week in Colin Osborne. If Osborne can come out on top, he will join West and Whitehead on 12 points with one more round of fixtures to be played today. But if West can come out on top, like he did in a decider when the two met yesterday, he will move clear of the pack on 14 points. To guide you through the action, let's get back to our commentary team.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. Yeah, here we are, game number 12. And yet another one. This one really will start to make the table. See it
First leg is Colin
take
to throw
shape.
first. Game
We've
on.
got Steve West at the top on 12 points. Colin Osborne in third position on 10 points. Which way do you think this is going to go?
I think on the basis of play today, I would just tip West. Now, this is the table as things stand, as live. West 12 points, Whitehead 12 points, Osborne 10. A win for Osborne
48.
because of his irrepressible leg difference would put him to the top of the pile, and it would be a three-way split of the pack. If West can win, he'll move on to 14 points. 4 clear of Osborne and 2 clear of Whitehead.
You make it sound so straightforward.
It's definitely not.
No.
100.
It will be straightforward if West wins this match. And that's his first max.
$80.
Yeah, Osborne for me has been just improving as the day's gone on.
99.
Didn't really get out the traps against Cone and Whitehead. Found a 4-1 win against Alan Norris, but when he played Johnny Haynes, thought he actually looked really quite solid, quite strong, more the Colin Osborne that we were expecting.
85.
Needs to find those kind of levels, I believe, when you've got Steve West playing at the level he is today.
100. Colin, you require 150.
So 150 for Osborne to take a 1-0 lead. With West back on 74 to obtain the break. And so
98.
West is going to get the break chance on 74 to take an early 1-0 lead. Double 12.
62. Colin, you require 52.
Not quite the route he was hoping for, but a chance come, a chance gone, and Colin Osborne can pounce to hold his throw.
It's going to be a dart at
Game shot on
tops.
the
He
first
finds the
leg,
tops. He
Colin
leads
Osborne.
1-0. And the Wizard is on the board.
Second leg is Steve to throw first. Game on.
Look at the relaxed nature. Look at the unveiling of the shoulders. The peacockery of him. He's in Zen
41.
mode.
$47.
Steve West is very much a maverick
100.
type player, and he can throw with absolutely anything. There's a trick that Steve West does where he can hit 180s with nails. He can hit 180s with
96.
pens, a specific type of pen, where he can throw them in the board and then still hit maximums.
It's quite impressive, isn't it? I've
140.
known and seen a few people that can do the nail throwing, but not the pen throwing. That is something different.
Straws also tends to be a popular one that people try and throw with.
100.
I'll just stick with darts. I struggle with them. I don't need to find another thing that I can't throw very well anymore.
I would suggest trick shot derby, but I don't think we'd get that past health and safety.
41.
And Steve realising there that that misfire and that straight leaves him without a finish, and it means that the door could possibly open up here for Osborne. But he needs a treble with the last dart. A treble that he finds.
40.
Oh, and a wild
Colin,
slip
you
there into
require
the one for Steve
158.
West. Colin Osborne staring down a 158 for a 2-0 lead.
So good at finding that treble with the second dart,
134.
Colin Osborne.
Steve, you
He
require
sets up to some tune
139.
to leave himself on double 12, and so West needs something quite magical here, but the 139 isn't going to go.
99. Colin, you require 24.
For 2-0. Over to double 6. That's way off, but double 3.
21.
Now things get messy.
Steve, you require 40.
Things open up for West. West in the north. Now double 10.
Game
And the
shot
West
on the
is
second
history.
leg, Steve West.
1-1. I just realised that there's a possibility this week of West v North.
There is indeed,
Third leg
yes.
is Colin to throw first. Game on.
I suppose we could do with Andy Barnes here because you could have West, North and the Beast from the East.
42.
Couldn't get past Gary Eastwood. It's not quite the same.
Mm-hmm. If we're in the previous venue, he would have been in Southampton.
$43.
Slip of a start there from West, and the advantage that he could have opened up following a 42 turn from Osborne has been given back to the Wizard.
134.
He doesn't need a second invitation. In the running, Colin Osborne at 8 to 11. Steve West at even money.
45.
See again, just Steve West starting to drag a few of those last darts down.
$50. $60. $125.
Good visit there from Colin Osborne. The match has just got the feel that it's going a little bit flat. The guys need to find something, fire themselves up, and this could fire up
140.
Steve West.
Colin, you require 150.
Well, the good thing for this pair is they're both experienced campaigners. They both know how to get themselves out of these scenarios.
40.
But these are the games that do frustrate you the most because the opportunity's there for both of them. If they can find anywhere near the level that they know they can both play at,
42.
it's an open goal.
Colin, you require 110.
Can Osborne find the back of the net? Went for the bullseye to leave tops if West
48.
not on a finish on 171.
Nod of the head there from Steve as he readjusts. Yeah, and that last start just thrown
13.
out of
Check
frustration.
14. Colin, you require 62.
And so, to move himself towards the halfway house. And so double 4, he likes this part of the
Game shot
board.
on the
He
third
likes that
leg,
kind of
Colin Osborne.
combination. And it comes up trumps again for Colin Osborne as he leads 2-1.
Fourth leg is Steve to throw first. Game on.
In the context of the game, we're still on throw. I think that the worry is Steve West, just in that last leg especially, drifting into the ones, drifting into the fives. Needs to see if he can get back,
57.
hitting those big trebles.
And with Steve, a lot could be dependent on where that first dart landed. Well, as far as that first dart landed, it can't get any worse.
15.
They just feel like the pair have just hit a bit of a wall here. It's hit a bit of a barrier. And in these types of scenarios, it's about who can deal with this best and who can just forget about
45.
what's happening in front of them and just find a way of getting over the line.
You can get to a point where you're just trying that bit too hard to try and
60.
find the red bit, find that level again. As we say, Steve just needs to kind of relax.
59.
There were 3 really well thrown darts, just didn't get the results he wants. Needs to just build on that because at the level these guys can play, you know that if they keep going with it, they're going to find it again.
Well, this is Super Series Shredsville.
57.
This is like being at the crucible at the snooker and you just cannot surmount
30.
a break and you're just trying to out-safety your opponent. I mean, this came from absolutely nowhere. The numbers for both players. There's no indication, there's no reading that something like this was going to happen from the pair. It's just been both players
56.
finding an off patch at the same time, and maybe one's put the other off.
And when you look at the stats from yesterday, West won out 4-3. Really tight match with a 92-54.
41.
As dart players say, I think every dart player's got these kind of games in them.
But if you're Colin Osborne, you've got to think of it from this perspective. I am not going to catch Steve West at this level at any other point this week.
100.
Now I've got him at this point. Try and find a way of getting rid of him.
Yeah, it's almost stripping it back to basics. You know, big 20s, hone in, you know, just make sure, try and get that one big scoring treble every single throw. I know it sounds easy and that's probably what they're trying to do, but really focus on the basics and try and avoid the big picture. But as you say, how often does you get
97.
a sub 70 average from Steve West? Colin Osborne will be thinking exactly what you said.
And then you overthink. You go into overdrive.
$57. $45. Colin, you require 156.
So 156 for Osborne for a 3-1 lead.
$100. Steve, you require 127.
Well, is it time for the 1-2-7 and game? It's going to be the bull.
Game
That
shot
is
on the fourth
brilliant
leg,
from West.
Steve
A
West.
1-2-7 and game to tie the game at 2 apiece. And there's even time for a hand of apology.
Fifth leg is Colin to throw first. Game on.
And this kind of harks back to what you were saying just a minute ago, Emery, in regards to, we know what Steve West can do. We know that he's got those kind of finishing, and Colin
95.
Osborne just hasn't been able to make the most of it.
$41.
They're both going through the mill here.
$140. $81. $55.
I think this has just been a match where inconsistency has been a key theme for both these players.
137.
Just who can find that extra little bit
140.
in these next couple of moments. That's what it boils down to.
Steve West looking to back up as 137.
125. Colin, you require 111.
Trying to pick up slightly at the tail end of this leg. Needs double top.
91. Steve, you
So
require
Steve West, we've already seen him take out
117.
that 127 in the last leg. Now looking at 117.
$93.
It would have been typical that the scoring has
Colin, you
been
require 20.
quite sluggish, but the finishing was on point. But this is for 3-2 to Osborne.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Colin Osborne.
And Colin Osborne reclaims that lead. Now 3-2. Steve West requiring the
Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw
remaining
first.
2
Game
legs.
on. $125.
Yes, sound start there from Steve West.
85.
He's got it all to do now, and he knows the imperativeness of this match. This is the table as it
45.
is now. Osborne can hang on to this scoreline. He would move on to 12 points. He would move top of the pile. And in fact, Steve West would be
99.
taken down to third place, and that's because, well, with a 2-leg margin of defeat on legs 1 from Conan Whitehead.
100.
Steve West just keeping his nose in front. Colin Osborne
140.
looks to put on a bit more pressure.
$93.
So West leaves himself on 138 to take us to a last leg decider in this pivotal top of the table clash.
99. Steve, you require 138.
The miss there from Steve West.
39.
And a disastrous last start to leave
Colin, you
99
require
leaves everything
78.
open here for Colin Osborne.
And so double 12 for the match. And to move level on points with Steve West at the
72.
top. But the opportunities
Steve, you
have come and
require
gone.
99.
And so can Steve West put a flake in it and to send us to a decider? It's going to be tops. He's got the first. He's
Game
found
shot
the
on the sixth leg,
second.
Steve
How
West.
clutch is that from Steve West? When he's had to conjure up a big finish, he has done so twice in this
Seventh and
match.
final leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
A pair of them just having a bit of a chat, bit of a laugh up there. Be all serious when they touch that oki, but
95.
Fair to say Steve West has been enjoying himself today at the Super Series.
He'll
enjoy that.
180.
these players are competitive. They all want to go up there. They all want to win. They all want to perform as Colin Osborne replies with his own 180. But it's played in good spirits, good sportsmanship.
60.
Well, that 60 will be music to Colin's ears.
99. $43. Colin, you require 127.
Colin's looking at one of his best legs to win the match. Down to 127 in 9. Don't need to finish it here. He has the opportunity to come back, so just set it up.
87.
And so tops for the match.
140.
And to
Colin,
put
you
him
require 40.
on to 12 points in the group. To put him to the top of the group. Double 5. Inside.
35.
And West now with the opportunity
Steve, you require
to put himself onto 14 points.
20 for tops.
Game, shot.
And some
a match.
exceptional
Steve
finishing
West.
there. Save Steve West. He does beat Colin Osborne 4 legs to 3. The wonderful checkouts of 127, 99 and 78. See Steve West top the table once again on 14 points. Coming up next, we have Alan Norris versus Johnny Haynes.
So then into our final round of fixtures we go, and it has been an incredibly tough day to predict so far, hasn't it? Started with, at the time, bottom of the table Johnny Haynes getting the better of table topper Steve West. 3 wins from 4 for Whitehead and West so far today, and we can see what our 12 results have done to the league table. Alan Norris, you would think, will be playing out Thursday and Friday in Group C, but the battle at the top of the table is certainly heating up. Haynes here can keep himself well in the hunt for a Group B spot with a win, his 4th of the day it would be. To see how this one unfolds then, let's get back to Laura and Henry.
Very much, Abby. And so a final run out of the day for Messrs Haynes and Norris here at the Super Series. It looks like, as far as Alan Norris is concerned, he looks already consigned possibly to a place in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon, respectively. As for Johnny Haynes, a win in this one would move him on to 10 points and would keep the flamer flickering for Thursday night darts.
First, game on.
And who doesn't like Thursday nights under the lights here at the Super Series?
140. 41.
Say Alan Norris in his last match against Conan Whitehead, much improved from what we've seen throughout the day, was kind of foiled by just some epic checkouts from Conan Whitehead, including another 170 finish.
Yeah, he's the king of the fish this week, Conan Whitehead.
45.
He's the fish king.
60.
Anyway, Norris fishing for the opening leg. 161 he's left after 9.
100 response there from Haynes.
Alan, you require 161.
Could all be in vain. Alan Norris does have 6 darts from here for 161.
$82.
Yeah, tried to shuffle along the oche there to get over the top. Just ploughed into the dart that was already there.
100.
So Norris for the opening leg, 79. Treble 13 for double top. Bish, bash, bosh. 1-0.
Second leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on. $100.
Don't forget, you can get in touch with us through our social media channels at MSS Darts on
78.
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Do get in touch with us. Or is it X? What are we doing? We calling it X? We call it Twitter? Or
I'm not used to it yet. I still call it Twitter. I had to check what app I was in the other day when it said, "Do you want to add a post?" And no, I want to tweet. It's all changed. I'm getting too old for change, you see now, Henry.
Well, on my laptop, it still says twitter.com, so that's good enough for me.
I was one of the last to get
41.
the app into an X on my phone.
I'm sorry for social media admins these days. You've got X, you've got Threads, you've got all sorts of updates elsewhere.
40.
But you can follow us. We're also on TikTok at MSS Darts.
$81.
Of course, you can be here
140.
on Saturday night. Just scan that QR code. Take you to a website called dartshop.tv. You can be here every single Saturday night. Tickets available until Champions Week, which is on Saturday, November the 4th. Pick your Saturday night if you fancy coming down. It's a very, very good night. Interactive atmosphere. It's a unique venue, one of its kind.
138. Johnny requires 64.
That last visit from Johnny Haynes leaves him on 64, and that leaves him on tops.
Game shot on the second leg, Johnny Haynes.
Great dart there from Johnny Haynes, just able to adjust.
Third leg is Alan to throw
1-1.
first. Game on. $60. 38.
Sluggish start to leg 3. For Norris, a win more than anything else, just
81.
give him a little bit of confidence going into Wednesday's action.
I think he's definitely demonstrated in the match previously against Conan Whitehead. He's got the level still. It's just putting it all together. And as you say, I think deserves a couple of points.
100.
Well, his only win was this fixture yesterday. It was his first game of the group, and so he's subsequently lost 8 in a row.
100. $140.
Solid visit there from Norris to set up 120.
$40. Alan, you require 120.
Time for Norris to climb the ladder. Can Chuck in a big un? Yes is the answer. He climbs the ladder to its very summit, its very peak, to lead 2-1.
Fourth leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Good scoring from Norris. Clinical finishing. Good scoring from Johnny Haynes there. Second 180 of the match for him. Almost 10 points between them in the average, but just the one leg.
$30.
I've had a tweet come in asking, are we going to see Laura Turner on the stage at the Super Series?
41.
Did they not tune in Saturday? I was on the stage. I presented the trophy. I had a chat. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds, eh?
Thanks to Sam for sending that tweet in. At MSS Darts for your communications.
125.
Great diplomatic political answer there, Laura. I'm a fan of that.
Yeah. I'm a fan of this from Johnny Haynes at the moment.
140.
Down to 56 after 12. Has time as well.
$47. Johnny require 56.
For 2-2. Tops.
36. $140. Johnny, you require 20.
Well, this for parity. This to level it up.
Game shot.
Finds it last time hand. Desmond, 2-2.
Fifth leg is Alan to throw first. Game on.
Little fist bump between the pair.
That's
Alan Norris. Holding in his first 180 of the match.
Average ticking to just beneath the ton now for Alan Norris. 99.63.
85. $95.
Dart 5 slips into treble 5, and there was just an air of excitement around here.
100.
And this is great stuff from Alan Norris.
180.
Second 180. Second 180 in a leg.
And Alan Norris is firing up on all cylinders here. This is for a potential 11.
46.
This is above and beyond what we have seen from Chuck this week.
On the fifth leg,
and Alan Norris moves 3-2 up, the average in excess of 102. And he's 3 out of 3 on the finishing.
Six-legged Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 2 players so far we have seen have a 100%
40.
checkout record in today's proceedings. One of them being Conan Whitehead, who won 4-2 over Alan Norris. The other being Alan Norris, when he went 4-1
85.
down to Steve West.
$95. $57.
2 more games after this. Harms against Osborne and West against Whitehead will culminate our Tuesday action. Then we do it all again tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m, where we're going to be joining viewers on Sporty Stuff TV for all of the action. So do join us from 9:30, where we find out the first name through to finals night, and then we will be
45.
breaking down the Groups B and the Group C, and then Thursday, Friday, double sessions, 1 o'clock and 10 o'clock respectively, before the finals on Saturday. More information on that in due
100.
course.
$60. $125.
This is a good response from Johnny Haynes. Needs this leg to make it 3 apiece. Leaves himself on 60.
140. Johnny
Alan
requires
Norris
60.
just behind him, waiting to pounce if this doesn't go.
Send us all the way. We haven't had too many of these last leg deciders today. By way of contrast
40.
to yesterday, we may not get
Alan,
one
you
here if
require
Norris could find the
114.
114.
$57. Johnny required 20.
Splits it for double 4.
16.
Not able
Alan, you
to
require
find so.
57.
Chance here for Alan Norris for the match.
Couple of match darts, but that just straight in the 17. But double
Game,
10 is
shot,
pinned, and
and
Alan
match,
Norris
Alan
picks up his
Norris.
second victory, and it's a double over Johnny Haynes. He gets the better of him by 4 legs to 2, and with his best performance of the week with a 94.98 average, 4 out of 5 in the finishing, a 120 high checkout. As for Johnny Haynes, well, it was a better day compared to yesterday. He picked up a fair few victories from that particular day, but it ends in defeat. Right, Harms Osborne, big game coming up after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
So our penultimate match then sees Colin Osborne return to action. He'll be looking to put behind him the disappointment of squandering multiple match darts against Steve West last time out. Can he put things right here and finish his day on 12 points, or can Harms join him on 10? Let's get back to Henry and Laura to find out.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. Yeah, and another interesting tie indeed, with both these players vying for that top spot, but also vying for a place in Group B if they're not able to surmount Steve West. I'm not sure about you. I think Colin Osborne's been a little bit unlucky today, shown spells where he has been really quite strong, but just not able to finish off the match. Wesley Harms, relatively inconsistent. Again, some real good parts of play. This could be one of those games that could be absolutely outstanding, or another one where we might not get the best out of them because they're just so focused on getting those 2 points.
You'd sense it's a bigger game for Wesley Harms than it is for Colin Osborne, because a win for Osborne would then move him 4 clear of Harms overnight, 12 compared to 8, whereas a win for Harms would mean that they'd be both level. So you sense that this is a must-win for the Dutchman. As for Colin, it would keep the flame of flickering as far as qualification out of Group A is concerned, but a defeat here could be catastrophic because West and Whitehead go toe-to-toe. His best case scenario is he's 4 points behind. His worst case scenario is he's 6 behind.
$180.
That's Max. Second throw in for Wesley Harms.
28.
Well, the issue Wesley had yesterday was he bookended the day in poor fashion, and he started off the day with a 79 average, but he managed to get over the line against below par Alan Norris in that particular match. Yesterday, he started with a 71.43 against Colin Osborne, and then proceeded to end his day with a 76, but beating Alan Norris.
180.
Colin Osborne coming back with a 180 of his own.
58. $32. Wesley require 118.
118 here for West Harms, but we'll have 6 starts. What's for the 18 route, so treble 20 would leave tops.
98.
So back for double 10 upon his return. Osborne can only set up and leave as handily as possible.
60. Wesley require 20.
So 10s for Harms.
Game
1-0 to the Dutchman.
Wesley Harms. Second leg is Colin to throw first. Game on.
Wesley Harms always does look like one of those controlled characters. Doesn't really give too much away, but that double 5 and that walk
46.
back from the dartboard, very chilled out.
Wesley is our representative of ADC Europe this week, doing a lot of work out in the Benelux region. In particular, they're launching their first couple of events towards the latter end of 2023. The first being the Benelux Masters, taking place on the 17th of December. Players will qualify through various regions that are a part of the ADC
43.
Europe umbrella. And confirmed so far is a first prize of €1,000, although there is a possibility for that to be increased.
60.
It's going to take place in Ultigan Blast in the Netherlands. And the semi-finalists and onwards will be given a direct invitation
56.
to play at the MODUS Super Series at the beginning of 2024.
60.
Plenty for players across Europe to keep themselves interested with. And good to see the opportunities that have been opened up by the Vault system here with the UK are beginning to be expanded out in Europe.
96.
Yeah, I've played in the vaults myself. My husband, he runs one out of our local club in Surrey, and yeah, it's just one of those things that's just growing and growing.
85.
It seems to be very, very popular north and over in Bristol. But I can see the development of it kind of covering most of the UK at the moment and spreading. And I think Australia are getting involved, and we've obviously got Europe, as you mentioned. So yes, it's great. It's just another avenue that players can play and play locally, which is a big thing because obviously as you get higher up the rankings, the travel is quite intense for a lot of us.
100. Colin, you require 120.
Osborne, a man who's been travelling the circuit for many a year and has probably hit more 120s than we could care to think of, but he's not going to find one on this occasion.
45. Wesley require 56.
And a disappointing last start there for Osborne. He's Wesley Harms going for 56, needs tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's 2-0 to Wesley Harms.
Dutchman halfway there, which is quite ironic when he walks on to Bon Jovi.
Third leg is Wesley to throw first. Game on.
I say, which player is living on a prayer was where I was going to come with it. But then I realised I've been sitting next to you for too long, if that's the way my brain was thinking.
95.
I apologise. More time at the lakeside to It's My Life by Bon Jovi
81.
with his fingerless gloves and all the rock and pomp and ceremony of it. That and the strays of Hey
55.
Baby was a lakeside staple for many a year.
Tony's walk on.
81.
There been a more popular champion at Lakeside than Tony O'Shea?
99.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, in the context of people that never won it, perhaps not.
Only a popular champion, I suppose.
45.
My name's at the top of the list, and we send our best wishes to him. Unfortunately, withdrawing from the World Seniors match play due to personal reasons. Dieter Hedman's going to take that particular spot.
81.
For the tournament on Saturday and Sunday, we all here at the Super Series send our best wishes to Martin. A very difficult time for him and his family.
140.
Osborne first to a finish, but what kind of pressure can Hans put
41.
on? Not
Colin,
anything
you
really
require
surmountable. He's left
154.
himself on the little fish.
Yeah, the 154 not going for Colin. An opportunity for a 3-0 lead here for
58.
Wesley Harms.
Wesley require 130.
There's a good 10 points difference in their average at the moment. And now Wesley Harms looking at the ball.
105. Colin, you
Ball
require
doesn't go, and so
96.
Osborne comes back looking for 96 to bring it back to 2-1. He would return the game on throw.
87.
Harms has got a chance of 3-0.
Wesley, you require 25.
Slips in the 14, so 3 for double 4.
Game shot on the
Yeah, that
third
was
leg.
well sorted
Wesley
out.
Harms.
And now Wesley Harms just looking at one leg.
Fourth
A
leg is
4-0
Colin
victory
to throw
over
first.
Colin Osborne.
Game on.
Well, this could end up catastrophic for Colin because he would have been venturing his eyes up the table. If anything, he might be loitering over his shoulder now.
140. $60.
Well, yesterday's results saw Osborne beat Harms 4-1 with an 87 average.
100.
At the moment, it looks like the tables may be turning with West Harms sat here 3-0 ahead.
59.
We asked the question how Harms was going to go in his final game of the day after the exploits yesterday. And no, it hasn't been a vintage performance. It's just been more than enough. And Colin who struggled in his game
49.
against Steve West, has had similar woes in this particular encounter.
You look statistically,
81.
not a huge amount separating, 180 each. Colin Osborne's actually got 3 140s compared to Wesley Harms's 1, but only 2 shots at a double for Colin Osborne, which
60.
just indicates that the shots that are below a ton, he's still not finding a treble 20. They're not 85s, they're not 81s, they're 60s, they're trebleless visits.
140. Colin, you
They
require
have cost him in the first
152.
degree. But this would be some way to save it, but he hasn't found the second treble.
100.
This would be some way
Wesley,
to
you
win it.
require 161.
Yeah, not to be on this occasion. So,
97.
can Colin Osborne
Colin, you
save this
require
match? Can he get
52?
52? Needs tops.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
does
leg.
pin
Colin
tops for that
Osborne.
leg. With 3-1 at the moment. But importantly, Wes Harms will now be throwing for the match.
Fifth leg is Wesley to throw first. Game on.
Colin Osborne needing what he had to do from that scenario. That was to make his opponent serve it out at the very least. Don't get double broken. Don't get bageled.
140.
Bit late in the day for a bagel, isn't it? Be more about lunch, won't it?
Don't know. You lose track of time in here, don't you?
135.
It was 9:30 a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
$100. $59.
Nice. Quite often that with Wes Harms just has to adjust, move across.
21.
Opts the switch and doesn't really make the most of the advantage he had. So big score here from Colin Osborne could turn the tide in this match.
Tide.
171.
That was a suggested nickname at one point for me.
Seriously? You'd have to walk onto the tide is
60.
high.
Colin, you require 136.
Don't have a nickname. Don't want a nickname.
Well, that was Hail Mary territory for us, but although he has got the luxury of time.
60. $140.
Did have the luxury
Colin,
of
you
time. That
require
140 that leaves
76.
Harms on tops. But 76 here, not anywhere near out of Colin Osborne's reach. We need 16 for tops.
56.
And so this is
Wesley,
for the
you require
match, and this
40.
is to really make the Group B race interesting. Osborne, who'd harboured hopes
Game,
of top
shot,
spot,
and the
may
match
now
for
be
Wesley
lurking over
Harms.
his shoulder as Wesley Harms seals a 4-1 success against the Wizard, which keeps him landlocked on 10 points. That the tale of the tape, a 4-1 win for Harms. And coming up after the break, it is the final game of the day, but a game with big consequences at the top of the table as Steve West takes on Conan Whitehead.
Right then, our 30th match in Group A sees Steve West and Conan Whitehead go head-to-head in another crunch clash at the top of the table. Both averaged in excess of 97 when they met yesterday, with 7 180s between them. The Barbarian coming through in a decider. Another win for Whitehead here would draw him level with West on 14 points and could put him top overnight. But if Steve can come out on top, he'll create a 4-point gap. To guide you through our final match of the day, let's get back to Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so here we go. Final game of the session, and a pivotal one as well. Steve West taking on Conan Whitehead to see where the land lies at the top of the table. Steve West can have a firm grip on the top of the table.
First leg, it's Steve
with a victory
to throw
here.
first.
As for Conan Whitehead, a win for him would mean 2 players tied on 14 points going into tomorrow's action, and it would be all to play for.
26.
Bookies have Steve West as the 8 to 15 favourite to win this one. Conan Whitehead, the outsider, at 11 to 8, but it was Whitehead who won this game by 4 legs to 3 yesterday. A high quality affair. 7 maximums traded between them, both averaging 97, and it was
45.
Whitehead who prevailed in that last leg decider. Maybe just West having the advantage of throw, how pivotal that could be in a game of this magnitude.
60.
Yeah, I just think with Steve today, especially, it's been inconsistent, consistently inconsistent, I think is the phrase that we'd use. I mean, in my opinion, maybe he was a little bit lucky to get away with it against Colin Osborne earlier, winning 4-3, 5 points gap in the average, but it was that essential finishing, 127, 98, 78, all at the right time that saw him ride out victorious. I'm not quite sure he'll have the same kind of opportunities, but again, I think Conan's been playing in fits and starts today.
140.
But these two guys know each other's game inside out, and they will probably also be very aware of the importance of this one. So I think we're going to see everything perhaps left up there on the stage.
Stevie require 156.
No quarter given. Is he going to kickstart this game, Steve West, with a big checkout? No is the answer. He gave the 156 a good old go.
96. $80. Stevie requires
First
60.
cry of Co in the opening leg. It's tops for West.
40.
I think that would frustrate Conan more than anything, because now that last miss in the previous throw means he cannot finish, but a great setup shot. All down to whether Steve West can pin double 10.
Moves across the hockey. Now up for 5s. Some tired darts at the end of a long day. But Conan on double 16 is inevitable. 1-0 to the Barbarian.
We saw Conan go 4 for 4 on checkouts in his victory over Alan Norris earlier, including that magnificent 170 checkout.
60.
Yeah, for both these players, I think that kind of clutch finishing has really saved them in certain circumstances throughout today.
$55. $59. $42.
Well, Conan Whitehead has to sense opportunity here.
41.
Whitehead himself struggling to really make hay. Whilst the rest one's dry.
96. 60.
I think it's a bit like how we were discussing it when West did take on Osborne. Whoever can find that, just that little bit more, that little bit extra. Both players
92.
struggling in this final match.
In terms of tomorrow, game 1 is Osborne against Harms.
99.
And it is Whitehead against Haynes. And Steve West will kick off against Alan Norris. As far as the final round of fixtures are concerned, West will take on Haynes and Whitehead will face Osborne. How pivotal
28.
exchange will it be? The meeting between this pair tomorrow. Comes in game 10.
41.
Second from last to the line. And so if it is a battle royale towards the finishing line, then that's going to hold huge consequences.
$27. Going in, you require
Understandably
141.
visible frustration. Stiles managed to leave himself on a finish.
45. Steve, you require 161.
So 161 for West. Down for treble 17. And now for the bull for a moment of inspiration
136. Going in, you require
amongst
96.
the myriad of mediocrity.
$56. Steve, you require 25.
Over a leg on the board. Looking at double 12 for Steve West.
1.
And that finishing that
Conan, you require
did so well
40.
against Colin Osborne. Seems to have deserted West. Conan Whitehead's looking now at double 10.
Game
and
shot on the
gets double
second
10.
leg. Conan Whitehead.
He leads 2-0. That hasn't been a classic, but Whitehead is doing enough to get the job done.
Third leg is Steve to throw first. Game on.
The gas tank is empty. They're just trying to draw whatever reserves they've got.
140. $92. $43. $100.
Steady there from Conan Whitehead. I just say, who's got that endurance? The real test of stamina, skill, and mental ability up
100.
there. There's just so much for these players to consider. Obviously, as you say, it's the last day. We've had 15
57.
games. These guys have been involved in many of them.
And of course, Steve West has bookended the day. He played the first match against Johnny Haynes. He's playing the
44.
last. That's a long time to keep ticking over.
Conan visibly frustrated, not just by the fact he went in the 5. The
125.
fact he had to readjust, but readjust he did very well.
And we kind of had this sort of patch in the game between West and Osborne. And West managed to find a 1-2-7 just to
76.
kickstart
Conan,
himself
you
back
require
into life. Is something
127.
similar going to happen here for Conan Whitehead? As he goes down for treble 19, but he is not going to get a go at the ball like Steve West
59.
did. And if he went for the ball, he probably
Steve,
would
you
have got it.
require
So he's normally a
98.
shoe-in for the ball finish.
$58. Conan, you require 68.
Has to go 3-0. Down at 16s for double 16.
Game shot on the third
Some
leg.
good
Conan
finishing there
Whitehead.
again from Conan Whitehead. And he does now lead Steve West 3-0.
Fourth leg is Conan to throw
So
first.
Whitehead a leg away now from
Game
the
on.
victory post.
And a win in this match for Conan Whitehead as it stands currently would see him finish day 2 top of the table. Steve West would be in second, both on equal points.
94.
Done on count back.
So West needing it all to do here.
140.
Whitehead a leg away. Reminder that all the highlights from today's session will be available
60.
on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Do give us a subscribe, because on top of that, there's plenty of other darting content available for you, including plenty of reaction from that fantastic day on Friday for Fallon Sherrock by becoming the first ever female player. They hit a televised 9-dart finish. You can see more
100.
on that on the Super Series YouTube channel. There's plenty of other bonus content.
60.
And don't forget, we're back tomorrow, 9:30, live on Sporty Stuff TV for the culmination of Group A to see who's going to have the first
97.
spot.
Stevie require
But it's Saturday
121.
night's final. West here looking to pull one back on 1-2-1. Down for treble 17. Gives himself a dart of the ball.
87.
Well, he's not going to go for free balls, is he? Yes, is the answer.
95. Stevie require 34.
To pull one back. The least utilised double on a dartboard.
No score.
And it's not found. And Whitehead
Conan
comes
require
back for the match and a
55.
4-0 win if he can find 55. It's double 18. It's now double 17. They're both on double
21.
17. Don't often see
Stevie
that.
require 34.
I don't see that either. And
Game
usually
shot
when
on the
that
fourth
happens,
leg,
the second
Steve
dart
West.
goes in. 3-1. I think it was a fantastic marker from Steve West, to be
Fifth
perfectly
leg
honest
is
with you.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
But Conan is furious. Because he knows what Steve can do.
140.
He knows that at any moment, he can put on a spurt.
But
then Whitehead has this in his arsenal as well.
80. $91. $92. $85.
So Whitehead with 6 darts to close out a 4-1 success. Another one of them. Left himself
100.
on a 2-darter, but has left himself first to a finish. How handy can West leave this from 185?
95.
Badly
Conan
enough.
require 129.
This to win it. Treble 20. And the bull. He loves the bull. But on this
96.
occasion, that was a pull from
Stevie
Whitehead.
require 90.
This may well end on the bull. Now it's all about the powers of recovery. Recovery isn't there for West.
30.
He
Conan
may well be
require
second best
33.
in this match and possibly second best in the group as Whitehead
Game,
finds double
shot,
16
and a match.
for
Conan
4-1
Whitehead.
win against Steve West, which means the pair will be tied at the top of the table. Whitehead at the summit by way of legs difference. Those are the statistics from that one. It was a long day for the pair, and that is reflective in the levels of performance in that final game of the session. It is Whitehead who goes above West at the top of the table on legs difference, courtesy of a 4-1 victory.
Yeah, not at his blistering best there, but Conan Whitehead does enough to move to the top of the table. Let's have a look at the results we have seen so far today. 15 games have been completed. What did you make of Conan Whitehead there? Because he wasn't at his best, but did enough to get over the line.
Yeah, and ultimately that is what every player here is here to do. They're here to win the matches. Averages, I've been told very reliably that they don't put averages on a winning trophy. So as long as you're keeping yourself in touch and distance, and that's exactly what Conan's done. You know, he's now topping the table.
Absolutely, and you can see there the 2 defeats for Colin Osborne at the back end of the day. They feel like they could be hugely significant. Of course, squandered multiple opportunities to get over the line against Steve West and then faded after that. He may well have to settle for a spot in Group B now, but for Norris, 1 win to his name today. He did just about everything, didn't he? He led 2-0 early on against Conan Whitehead, took out a stunning 160, which we're going to see here now against Colin Osborne, sorry. It really was as if he was doing everything, not able to get over the line until that final game.
Yeah, he definitely improved as the day went on, and we all know what Alan Norris can actually do, but it was great to see it, and everything just coming together for him. I think there was some mistimed, Alan would then miss, but then someone would always be there to step in with a big check out, and that's what happened yesterday quite a lot. And today, I think, just a slow start, but yeah, very, very pleased for him. I think he deserved the 2 points.
And Conan Whitehead, we saw him with 150 left, attempting bull there in that last match. He did, yet again, reel in the big fish today. His bull finishing, not so much in that last match, but over the course of the 2 days on the whole has been superb, hasn't it?
Yeah, and if there's any player that really will go for that triple bull finish, I guess it should be Conan, because he's been so accurate on that target. And like you say, back-to-back days of 170 checkouts, he's been very impressive.
And Steve West able to come through in a decider to get the better of Colin Osborne, but we saw Osborne missed multiple attempts to get over the line. He was kicking himself as he walked off stage. Do you think that could be it for him now in terms of that race for top spot?
Yeah, I do think so. I mean, tomorrow is another day, and obviously there is still everything to play for, but he has got a bit of a steeper hill to climb than everybody else. To me, it's just between Steve and Conan realistically for that top spot, and now it's who's going to get into Group B and who's going to be left in Group C. But yeah, I think there was quite a lot of opportunities, and yeah, Colin will be frustrated with himself.
Yeah, let's have a little look then at the league table with 15 more matches still to be completed in Group A, and it is Conan Whitehead who sits top thanks to his superior leg difference over Steve West. Colin Osborne in 3rd place, joint with Wesley Harms in 4th. Wesley Harms, it's been another day of inconsistency for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think we said it in comms, or I tried to say it anyway, consistently inconsistent, and that kind of sums it up. But he's shown, again, moments of brilliance, and he has, he's built on the table. He's now sat on 10 points. And another one, Johnny Haynes, it's been a really interesting day, and I don't think there's nothing that's completely tied up yet.
Absolutely not. Well, Steve West may have gone south today into 2nd spot. Conan Whitehead currently occupies top spot, but it is very tight at the top. So make sure you come and join us from 9:30 tomorrow morning for the conclusion of Group A.